It was 6 weeks.
All right, good morning, everybody. We have quite the crowd today, so welcome everyone. Before we begin, I've got a couple of housekeeping issues. One, welcome, and please stay cool for the next few days. Help out your neighbors. Make sure then your plants and your dogs and cats. Make sure everybody's hydrated, and I mean that sincerely. Yeah, because the weather is going to be quite intense until probably Saturday. The other thing is I've got potentially good news is that it looks like our elevator will be opened up either this week, next week, coming soon. So that'll be very helpful. And that means we'll be next board meeting, hopefully knock on wood. We'll be moving upstairs to the full board meeting, going back to our usual routine up there. And this will be our regular meeting room for other meetings, which will be, yes, I know. And we have to, when it opens up, we want to give a good thank you to our staff who have worked so diligently in putting this together. Unfortunately, I was hoping they'd find some dinosaur bones, but nothing, no archives were in that elevator hole. No, I think he's in Will County from what I've heard, Jimmy. That's what he's supposed to be buried somewhere over there. I'd like to call this meeting to order, please.
Abaticola? Abaticola here. Allen? Arroyo? Bates?
Bates here.
Garcia? Gripes?
Right here.
Gums?
Gums here.
Iqbal?
Iqbal present.
Juby?
Juby here.
Caius?
Caius present.
Leonard?
Leonard here.
Lewis?
Who's here?
Linder,
Linder here.
Molina. Molina present. Penesis. Roth,
Roth is here.
Sanchez,
Sanchez present.
Smith. Here. Surges. Tarver. Pepe,
Tempe here.
Williams. David Young,
Here.
Kim Young,
Kim Young here.
Pirog,
I'm here.
quorum in the room.
Are there any remote attendance requests?
Surges.
And how's your daughter doing, Mr. Sturgis, or your daughter-in-law? She's doing well?
They started inducing at 8:30 last night, and we have nothing budging this morning yet at all. So
All righty, all right. And
thank you for asking.
sure, just keep us posted when the wonderful little special event occurs.
Woo!
Is there anybody else? Okay, seeing none. Oh, and we allow Mr. Sturgis to be able to attend? No problem, thank you. Okay, Mr. Sturgis, you're welcome to attend fully. All right, Ms. Garcia, I believe it's your time.
Good morning. As we begin today's meeting, I invite everyone to take a moment to reflect on the responsibility we have accepted as a public servants. Every decision we make, every vote we cast, and every action we take has an impact on the lives of the people we represent. It is easy to see one another only through our titles or positions. But before anything else, we are humans. We are mothers and fathers, grandparents, brothers and sisters. We are sons and daughters. We know what it means to care for our families, to worry about our loved ones, and to hope for a better future for those who come after us. As we carry out the work of Kane County today, I ask that we keep that perspective in our hearts. May we remember that the people affected by our decisions are families just like our own. May we lead with wisdom, compassion, humility, and respect, always seeking what is best for the communities we have been entrusted to serve. Let us work together with integrity, even when we may disagree, knowing that our shared purpose is to improve the lives of the people of Kane County. Thank you.
Very lovely. The minutes were not posted, so they will be posted next month. So we're not going to be going through the minutes this month. So Mr. Caius, we'll wait for your approval next month in August. So to public comment, we have 15 public members who would like to speak today and 2 board members. I'd like to see if the board will approve, because that'll be 45 minutes worth of public speaking, which will probably take us into about 15 minutes as we go through transition. If we have your approval to let all public members speak, and then if the board members would like to speak, we can make that decision at that time if we'd like to go on with the rest of our regular agenda, our consent agenda. So with your approval, we can begin with all 15 public members. So everybody, if you haven't spoken here before, you have 3 minutes. We do hold very tight to that time limit. Please give your name, and if you'd like to give what city you happen to live in, that would be great, because it's nice to get an idea of what area in Kane County where you are representing, so we can hear the regional voices. So the first speaker is Phil Nuhr.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Phil Nuri. I'm the Secretary, Treasurer, and Business Agent for Teamsters Local 330.
Of course.
I'm here to speak on behalf of Kane County Probation and Juvenile Justice Center employees that work for 16th Circuit Court, who are members of Local 330 and who have dedicated their careers to serving the residents of Kane County. Local 330 is respectfully asking you to reject Resolution 26337, authorizing the Human Resources Department to implement cost-reducing changes for Kane County employees' medical plan. We understand the county's concern about rising pharmacy costs, but a cost problem does not justify a wrong solution. The total elimination of coverage for evidence-based obesity treatment is the wrong solution. GLP-1 drugs are not designated for cosmetic treatment. The FDA approved Wegovy for chronic weight management after trials showing significant weight loss. And in 2024, the FDA approved it to reduce serious cardiovascular events in adults with obesity and related heart disease after evidence showing 20% reduction in heart attack, stroke, and similar outcomes. Clearly, these drugs are not about appearance or vanity. They were created to improve and to prevent heart disease, diabetes, and other costly medical complications now and in the future. There is no doubt that preventing these serious diseases will save the county money in the long term while saving lives. The evidence related to stopping treatment after prolonged use is just as important as the evidence on starting it. If you force people off these medications, many of them will regain weight and will lose the health benefits that they've made. In 2026, the British Medical Journal meta-analysis reached the same basic conclusion across many studies. After patients stop weight loss medication, weight comes back and cardiometabolic improvements fade. Therefore, the board needs to be honest about what this resolution does. It forces employees who are responding to treatment to discontinue unless they can afford to pay the related costs out of pocket. For many, if not for all people working for this county, paying over $1,000 a month is simply not realistic. Professional obesity physicians, do not talk about this as a short-term vanity drug. In 2026, the Obesity Medicine Association algorithm describes obesity as a chronic disease and lays out long-term individualized treatment that includes medication. The Associated Press quoted Mayo Clinic obesity expert Dr. Andreas Acosta saying that these drugs should not be used in sporadic fashion. The county should not sacrifice sound medical treatment for what may seem like the easiest budget solution today. This resolution confuses cost control by eliminating treatment. Therefore, Teamsters Local 330, on behalf of its hardworking members, is respectfully asking the board to reject any resolution that would eliminate GLP-1 medications. In closing, I thank you for giving Local 330 the time and the opportunity to speak on this very important matter and for your consideration of our request. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jen Lamplo. Jen?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Jennifer Lamplo, and I'm the Chief Impact Officer at Northern Illinois Food Bank in Geneva, and I'm also a Batavia resident. Thank you for the $2.5 million funding through ARPA that has enabled us to provide nutritious food at no cost to our member agencies in Kane County for the past 3 years. With $2.5 million, the food bank has been able to purchase and distribute 4 million pounds of food to Kane County member agencies. That's food pantries, soup kitchens, and shelters.
Okay.
Items included 1 million pounds of fresh produce, which is the most requested item by our neighbors and member agencies, including apples, potatoes, onions, celery, and melons. 250,000 pounds of protein like chicken, beef, and turkey, and shelf-stable core products such as rice, beans, and soups. At an average cost of 62 cents a pound, this illustrates how the food bank can stretch grant dollars to maximum advantage for our member food pantries through bulk purchases and strong vendor relationships. All our 38 member food pantries in Kane County, soup kitchens, and group homes benefited from these grant funds. grant funding through ARPA, as well as state funding through the Farm to Food Bank grant, and a $2.2 million state grant last fall due to the government shutdown and delayed SNAP benefits, have helped us increase the amount of food available in Kane County for our neighbors. The Farm to Food Bank grant will continue in fiscal year 27, but other federal and state funding is uncertain. We continue to receive federal commodities and funds through the Emergency Food Assistance Program, also called TFAP, but are budgeting for a 30 to 40% decrease for fiscal year 27 due to uncertain and unpredictable economic times. The need continues, and the Food Bank Network is distributing over 1 million meals monthly in Kane County to serve a monthly average of almost 84,000 neighbor visits. With inflation, rising food prices, and changes to SNAP eligibility, we expect to see more neighbors requesting food assistance in the coming months. While we have not seen the increase we anticipated in May, we believe that some people who lost their SNAP benefits may be using savings or other resources to get by and may lose their benefits upon redetermination. We would like to thank the ARPA committee for partnering with us and your staff for helping us manage the reporting. We presume the ARPA committee will be disbanding, but as members of the county board, we hope that you'll continue to support our work. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brian Anderson.
Good morning, Brian Anderson, Sugar Grove, Illinois. Let me take us back to the executive committee meeting last week. I believe that we're going to hear it today. It's on the agenda number B. I think after months and months of both sides of the aisle, what's going on with the sheriff's budget, what's going on with the money, I think we're going to hear that today. And I've been speaking on budgets and finances for years. The damage has already been done. Here's some practical steps for note takers that want to get some things done. We should be requiring a monthly budget report to all the county board members. And here it is, folks, showing the actual spending versus the budget. Establish an early warning threshold. When we're getting over, you people should know we're over. The budget is the budget. If we're 40% over in June, there's a problem. It should be addressed. Requiring quarterly presentations by the Sheriff's Department to the Finance Committee. And lastly, conducting an independent operation and financial audit would be some recommendations. Now, let me take us to your Kane County vision and mission statement. The mission of Kane County government is to be accountable to the citizens. I'm going to pause and stop. I'm not going to read the rest of it right now, but I am going to take us back to some of the citizens behind me bloviating at the executive committee about your resolution. The resolution governs the use of county property, not federal immigration authority itself. It does not nullify or prevent federal law enforcement from exercising its powers. The county board can't prevent federal agents from enforcing federal immigration law where they have lawful authority. They can't interfere with obstruction of federal law and enforcement operations. Let me quickly read the last part of your vision statement. And safety to those who live and work in Kane County. We've got a problem. It doesn't match. Now, a citizen spoke last week regarding ICE, regarding an illegal immigrant. I'm not going to get into it. It's hit the national news. It's hit the national airwaves. It's hit Homeland Security. Doesn't matter what our ideology is. When you've got a group of people telling someone they're racist for the mere fact she brought it up, we have some serious problems. So back to the woman that talked this morning, we do need to figure out how to work together because what I heard last
Thank you
week
very
was
much.
unacceptable. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Todd Olson.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, and fellow Kane County residents. I stood before this board last Wednesday to decry ICE activity in Kane County. In less than 1 week, ICE has murdered 2 innocent people, one in Maine, one in Texas. My question is really very simple. What is the county board going to do to ensure that this lawless loss of life does not take place in our community? ICE's heartless, despicable tactics alone are sufficiently horrendous to warrant actions by the board, and the board needs to act to minimize their presence before there is similar loss of life in our community. This brings me to my second point. I've been addressing this body periodically for approximately 2 months, and it is unclear to me, respectfully, it is unclear to me what transpires after a concerned citizen raises an issue. Does the board deliberate and prioritize actionable concerns? Does the board assign a member to champion a review of the concern and propose appropriate actions? That is unclear to me. I would implore the board to consider a feedback mechanism so that residents can be informed as to what takes place when a valid, actionable concern is brought to the board's attention. I feel it's a citizen's duty to hold elected officials accountable. A concerned citizen who takes the time to attend these meetings and to raise a concern merits some consideration as to what's being done when that concern is raised. As it stands, the paucity of information and feedback available makes that impossible. I thank you for your time this morning.
Our next speaker is Michelle Bettig.
Good morning, Michelle Betag from St. Charles. I'm making this as a statement as the Kane County Republican Central Committee Chairwoman. July 13, 2026, the reported kidnapping and sexual assault of a 9-year-old girl in Kane County is horrific. Our prayers with the youth and her victim. Nothing is more important than the safety of our children. Last week, during a Kane County executive board meeting, I discussed the case involving Velasquez Miro, whom the U.S. Department of Homeland Security has identified as an illegal alien from Venezuela. According to law enforcement and local reporting, the defendant who illegally entered the country in 2022 allegedly kidnapped and raped this child as she was riding her bike. He was later arrested on June 30th. Through forensic evidence and now faces charges of aggravated kidnapping of a child, predatory criminal assault, and aggravated criminal abuse. Several individuals in attendance chose to accuse me of racism simply for bringing this crime before the executive board. Those accusations were wrong and only served to distract from the serious public safety issues we have in Kane County. Our nation was founded on the principles of free speech and open debate. We should be able to discuss serious public safety issues, including a violent crime and government policy, without being subject to personal attacks or false accusations. I was labeled as a racist because I voiced concerns over a child being raped. The racist trigger word is used to deflect from the fact that a horrific crime was committed. It's the crime that matters and will continue to speak openly about. Let me be absolutely clear. Protecting children and keeping violent offenders off our streets has nothing to do with race or ethnicity. According to the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE has requested that the defendant remain in custody. DHS has also stated that the defendant allegedly entered the U.S. illegally through California in 22 and released into the country. This criminal illegal kidnapped and assaulted this child. This monster abducted this child. Kane County families deserve leaders who are willing to have difficult conversations about violent crimes, illegal immigration, and cooperation between local, state, and federal law enforcement. Ignoring these issues does not protect the children or our communities. The Kane County Republican Central Committee stands firm with the victim and her family. We call upon J.B. Pritzker and Illinois officials to cooperate with ICE and federal authorities consistent with applicable laws in cases involving individuals accused of serious offenses. We also urge Illinois leaders to ensure that individuals accused of violent crimes not released. Above all, we reaffirm our commitment to protecting the residents of Kane County.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Jeannie Marr.
Good morning. My name is Janine Mayer. I'm from Elburn. And first of all, I second everything that Michelle just said. We stand with the family and the safety of all children in Kane County. I understand that Undersheriff Amy Johnson is here today to address concerns raised at last Wednesday's executive committee. I appreciate her appearing and providing information. The sheriff's office has reportedly spent millions above its amended budget since 2023, and the Safety Act has been cited as a significant reason for those additional costs. If this is the explanation, then we need specific numbers. How much of the overage was directly caused by the Safety Act mandate? Which requirements created those costs? How much involved inmate medical care, contractual services, commodities, staffing, or technology? And how much, if any, resulted from inaccurate budgeting or inaccurate financial controls? The sheriff's office must be accountable for every dollar it spends, but this board must also be honest about where these costs originated. The Safety Act was enacted by the Democratic-controlled Illinois General Assembly and signed by Democratic Governor J.B. Pritzker. It imposed major changes on law enforcement, courts, county jails, and local governments. Those mandates aren't free. Local taxpayers receive the bill. Democrats hold the majority on the county board. That majority controls the county budget and has a responsibility to protect Kane County taxpayers from costly state mandates. Board members cannot support the political leadership enacting these policies in Springfield and then act surprised when the financial consequences reach Kane County. If members believe these mandates are harming the county budget, they should publicly oppose them, demand adequate state funding, and reconsider their support for the officials responsible for imposing them. It is fair to question the sheriff's spending. It is also fair to question the state leadership that created expensive mandates without adequately funding them. There is also a legitimate continuity of leadership concern. Recent reporting indicates that Sheriff Ron Hain has been hospitalized and absent for an extended period. We wish him well and respect his medical privacy, but the public has a right to know who is managing the office, who is approving expenditures and contracts, and whether all operational, statutory, and financial duties are being performed. I hope today's presentation clearly identifies who is in command, explains the spending by category, and documents exactly how much of the overage resulted from the Safety Act. Kane County taxpayers should not be caught between unexplained county spending and costly mandates from Springfield. Accountability must apply to the sheriff's office, this county board, and the legislatures who enacted these policies. Thank you.
Michael Casa.
Thank you. I am Michael Casa. I am the CEO of the Kane County Economic Development Corporation with our offices in downtown Batavia. I want to thank the Madam Chair and the County Board for giving me a chance to speak. I'm here to present you with a very quick marketing update. This is a copy of Site Selection Magazine. It's the nation's leading magazine used by CEOs, corporate real estate managers, brokers, developers, and site consultants in order to decide where companies are going to locate. In this July issue, I'm going to leave a copy for everyone to review. This current July issue, Kane County was named number 17 in the United States of all counties for America's best counties by total business projects. We ran an ad, a full page ad next to the article in order to help promote Kane County. We will then turn this into a reprint, which we can then use for marketing purposes. There's only one other county in Illinois that was on the list. And again, we're number 17 in the entire United States. So it's a great win for Kane County. Secondly, I wanted to mention that recently attended the Illinois Economic Development Summit in Chicago in late June. Kane County EDC was a gold sponsor at the event. And I am pleased to let you know that 4 members of your board, Madam Chair, Anita Lewis, Bill Roth, and Mavis Bates attended, and they represented you well. Every time the word Kane County was mentioned by anybody, a loud cheer went out. We no doubt made a great impression at that conference. The final thing I wanted to mention is that we expect in late fall to be unveiling our new website. It'll be a comprehensive platform that will provide all the information that a business or a broker, developer, site consultant will need in order to evaluate whether Kane County is where they want to open a business or expand their facility. So we will, when that website is launched, we will certainly make the link available to everybody on the county board and would be pleased to come and show it off. And that's my update on marketing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Denise Theobald.
Denise from Geneva.
Denise,
And at no
last
point you're
name,
saying
please.
that they gave you official warrant, right?
I never saw him.
Okay.
Sure.
He's right there.
Your name? Your name?
Yes, can we just, let's take the time back to breathe, please. Denise, we need for you to say your full name, please.
Denise Theobald from Geneva.
This car's faking to hit us. You gotta be careful.
All work with the same stuff.
Yeah, but you gotta understand there's different.
Hey, careful. Hey.
Where's your warrant?
Careful. Hey. I'm not in your way. I'm not in your way. Back up now. Your car's there. I'm not in your way. Back up. Back up. I'm not in your way. You are not in your way. Your car is there. Authorized personnel only. What the heck was that? Oh, he's gonna do it too. Here goes another one. Authorized personnel only. Where's your body cam?
Yeah, where's your body cam?
Don't have one. Handicap parking. Oh. It's the plate. Don't stand front. Are you here with your papers? Do you have your warrant? Are you here illegally in a handicapped parking spot? What do we have? This guy's in a sheriff parking lot. And he has illegal plates. Hey, up there's the whole thing. Got him. Thanks for your help.
So this video shows just a glimpse of the lawlessness that's been witnessed of ICE at the King County Judicial Center. I think we can all agree that criminals should be deported and arrested with a judicial warrant. But ICE aggression has escalated dramatically, and that's not happening. Here at Kane County, it's the most heavily targeted courthouse, second, the Chicagoland area. People showing up to court or following the legal processes are being taken without any due process at all, transported to private detention facilities and moved across state lines. That's called human trafficking. What has also been witnessed of ICE is violent, unprovoked aggression, lack of due process, masked and unidentified individuals and vehicles, no judicial warrants. They enter restricted areas, they speed, drive on sidewalks, almost hitting pedestrians. Observers documenting these actions have been surveilled, threatened, and assaulted by ICE. The First Amendment guarantees our right to speech and to peacefully assemble. Yet today, community observers documenting ICE are the ones being questioned and even detained by police, while ICE is rarely held accountable. How did peaceful observers and protesters become the enemy while masked federal forces escape accountability? Because if people exercising their constitutional rights are the enemy, then we are in serious, serious, serious trouble as a nation.
Vicki Davidson Bell, please. Oh, Vicki Davidson Bell.
Vicki Davidson Bell, Geneva. I hadn't actually come here planning on speaking, but I felt compelled. The Kane County Courthouse has become a huge issue. Our state's attorney got an ordinance passed or signed by Judge Fia that makes it very possible or easier to arrest us. It does everything it can to support ICE, and it does everything it can to endanger us who seek to take advantage of our First Amendment rights, which is our constitutional rights.
Please.
We've seen nationally increased national aggression. We've seen 2 murders recently. Yesterday was a man, 26, here legally, who was shot in his car with a 3-year-old in his back seat. They did not. They pulled him out of the car, treated him like a carcass, searched his pockets, handcuffed him before they searched his pockets as he lay dying. There was no reason for him to die. We've seen increased aggression. Texas as well, another person killed, brutally murdered. We've seen at our courthouse, there's a gentleman who wears a skeleton mask, and he has been encouraging his coworkers to become more aggressive with us, to endanger us. So my question would be, as Denise had said, when is it likely that we are going to be a target? We have a man who's running around with a taser, running up to people with it saying, get back, when they're clearly not in his way. Someone's going to get tased, someone's going to get shot. I was standing on a sidewalk and the SUV nearly jumped the curb. And he was driving erratically for no reason at all. The county is now national with social media for what happened the other Sunday. And it's gone even as, Congress members are sending out that video. The county has had nothing but the intent to stop us. It won't work because we seek justice, we seek freedom, we seek human rights, we seek to utilize our constitutional rights, which everybody is entitled to. And in the words of Tom Petty, we won't back down.
Our next speaker is Ginger Romano.
Ginger Romano out in the Wild West of Burlington Township. Quite interesting, the perspective people have here. I saw the video and saw something different. They seem to be obstructing justice, being right up there with the agents. I don't know, it seemed like they might have been in their way. Anyway, I have quite a few topics today. Didn't want to dwell on a lot of them, but the thing with the child that got raped that got raped out in Pingree Grove. And then yet we've got people here defending the criminal. I don't get it. They don't seem to care about the young girl that was abducted. I mean, by the way they're going with it. So anyway.
Okay, quiet. Let her speak, please.
Some of the things on the agenda, personally, I don't like paying for charities that I maybe might not want to pay for. The GLP-1 thing, all due respect to the police officers. You know, most people don't have that luxury of their company or insurance paying for a product that most of us don't even get, like dental or eyeglass insurance. So anyway, I think you have really creative ways of getting into our pockets. Why not go to private donors? Oh yeah, I forgot. They're kind of becoming few and far between because of the people fleeing the state. Another thing, all the people that have P cards for the sheriff's office, they all have like a single purchase limit of $5,000. Even the sheriff's secretary has a huge single purchase amount. I don't know, why do 30 people have to have credit cards? Also, okay, so now I'm going to move on to the flock cameras. Those are against our Fourth Amendment right. Where is it? In a case in the United States versus Jones, 5 justices had agreed that such tracking counts as a Fourth Amendment search because individuals have a reasonable expectation of privacy in the whole of their physical movements. Carpenter versus United States, 585 U.S. 296, 310 in 2018, quoting Jones, 565 U.S. 400, 430, Alito v. J. concurring in the judgment, and ID at 415, Sotomayor J. concurring. Also, people have realized that your agents and officers may lack the awareness to know that the people's automobiles have the same protection from government and their agents' encroachments as private homes.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Michelle Burles.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Burles, and I'm from Geneva. After watching that video, one thing is clear. What is happening at the Kane County Judicial Center should concern all of us deeply. We are told that ICE is just doing their job and that because of the supremacy clause, nothing can be done. That is simply not true. We need to remember that most immigration violations are civil matters, not criminal offenses. Enforcing immigration law does not give any agency the authority to ignore constitutional rights, Illinois law, or court orders. The federal government has the authority to enforce immigration law, but it must follow the law while doing so. The Supremacy Clause does not shield federal officers who act outside their legal authority or violate the Constitution. Kane County's Chief Judge, Robert Villa, recognized the need for order and safety at our courthouse. His general order, effective May 2nd, 2025, directed that law enforcement notify court security before making arrests at or near the courthouse, conduct any necessary apprehensions discreetly, wait until court proceedings have concluded, and avoid arrest inside courtrooms except under a court order or true emergency. Those rules exist for one reason: to protect the integrity of our courts and to ensure everyone has safe access to justice. So to this county board, to the sheriff, and to our state's attorney, you are not powerless. Do not assist unlawful conduct. Do not ignore what is happening. Document any violations, inform the public, protect the constitutional rights of all who come to our courthouse, and ensure that Kane County follows Illinois law. This is not about politics. It's about whether the rule of law applies to everyone, including those enforcing the law. The question before us is simple. Do we allow more lawlessness, intimidation, and fear at the Kane County Judicial Center, or do we stand up for the rule of law? And I think I can speak for my friends behind me, we demand justice and accountability. Thank you.
Mark Petrie? Petrie. Okay.
Thank you, Kane County Board and Madam Chair, for speaking today. My name is Mark Petrie. I live in South Elgin, and I've been a Kane County resident going on 30 years next month. Boy, does time fly. I've come to various board meetings in the last 2 years and have spoken now and then. Our country just celebrated our 250th birthday earlier this month of We the People. The most blessed gift a constitutional republic affords U.S. citizens is the freedom of speech, highlighted by the opportunity to speak in front of county boards like this. Think about it. The United States of America was founded in 1776. At that point in history, the world has only known the defined rights of kings. I have watched both sides of the aisles articulate their points of view and opinions, which I think is great. We all have the right to express our views and opinions under the Constitution. It's important we respect others, even though we may not agree with their position. I'm not going to get into the weeds today. I think they've already done that. But I wanted to share with the board and the audience a quote I heard over the 4th of July. I think it's a great reminder of how the integrity of our government should be and act, and how citizens should be engaged in the process. This is from 1832. It's Noah Webster. If the citizens of the United States neglect their duty and place unprincipled men in office, the government will soon be corrupt. Laws will be made not for public good, so much for the selfish or local purposes. Corruption or incompetent men will be appointed to execute laws. The public revenues will be squandered on unworthy men, and the rights of the citizens will be violated or disregarded. If a government fails to secure prosperity and happiness, it must be the citizens' neglect or divine command. If bad men are elected and administer laws. I want to add one thing after today. It's interesting hearing all this stuff, and I didn't plan on this, but it just came. Madam Chair, I would ask and recommend that at a future date that you invite some Angel Star families to speak here. I think it'd be a really good way of understanding for both sides to really grasp what that entails. And nobody in this room ever wants to walk in an Angel Star family shoes or a Gold Star family. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Jean Mayer. I always look forward to
Elgin.
hearing both of you speak. So
The ability to speak freely without being censored is the hallmark of a free society. Some similar words were spoken by Mr. Olson, a public speaker, at the July 8th executive meeting. Mr. Olson said that all speech, but not questioning the law or morality, was necessary. I say that we must question both whether law is appropriate and morality. I say that by nature, all law is moral. We are a nation of law. Keeping our borders regulated and our people safe is a duty of these United States. Our state and our county needs to help the federal government in this, not thwart it. Protesters need to stand back, out of the way, and in a non-threatening manner. Known to be criminal illegal aliens being apprehended from jail should be a no-brainer issue. We have enough citizens of our own who fill the jail because of the state law, the Safety Act, an immoral act. Yes, we need to question this law passed by a very liberal state. In the end, our jails are filled because our society has turned away from the God of the Bible. This board needs to know the law regarding ICE agents. I assume they must have a warrant, but what would be the reason not? This county needs to know and support legal ICE activities. At this board, I clap for what I hear that I agree with, not clapping for what I am unsure of or that I disagree with, booing or shouting. Comments that I've heard from both sides, negative things from the public is a form of censorship and makes people fearful and anxious. Both sides need to stop it. If I don't clap for what I agree with, though, my representatives, this board does not know how I and others feel. I applaud Dr. Iqbal for ferreting out the huge budget overspending by the Kane County Sheriff's Office, $10.8 million over 4 years. Why has the county board not been apprised of this repeatedly and several times each year? Or was it? Finally, years ago, my first husband was a fire chief at a fire department and had a whole lot of his digestive tract removed because of stage 3 colon cancer. He desperately wanted to get well and keep his job. Yet we were unsure this was possible. And even though he had less than 1 year to reach his full pension of 30 years, we chose, I believe, the best and most moral decision. He retired so the fire department could move on. I am praying for Sheriff Kane for whatever has kept him from his job for quite some time. Also, praying for him to speak to the board and do the right thing. I'm not sure what that is, but I believe the board has a right to know and
you
then
very
help
much.
him, guide him. Thank you.
Thank you. I would think we have a speaker upstairs. Blair, can we, Kathy Showalter?
Hi, my name is Kathy Showalter. I live in Geneva. I'm 72 years old. I have lived in Kane County all but 3 of my years. I have raised 3 sons. Their families are in Kane County, and I have 9 grandkids that also live in Kane County. Very proud of that. However, I am very, very, very concerned about what they call this catch and release. We have situations in Geneva now. Emma's Landing, huge shootings. Couple got killed out there. Young kid got stabbed. Okay. We had the 9-year-old that happened up in Pingree Grove. Hell, I lived in Pingree Grove when there was only 154 residents. I know the area pretty well. 4th of July weekend, we happened to have a 41-year-old mom get killed, and her son is still in ICU in critical condition, the way I understand it. Where is our Kane County Sheriff? Why is he hiding from the public? We as citizens in Kane County need to hear from him. This man is hiding. He's getting paid thousands and thousands of dollars, and we don't see him. We don't hear from him. This morning, I happened to be at Jewel on Prairie Street, St. Charles, I believe the address is. However, there were 4 looked to be homeless illegals immigrants, whatever you like to classify them. One of them, as I was getting out of my car, actually jumped and tried to grab my grocery cart. It was empty. You know, it's frightening to see where Kane County is going. I, for one, do not feel safe when issues like that happen. And I'm a pretty strong grandma. I will tell you that. Raising 9 grandkids, I'm pretty tough. But please, let's hear from the sheriff. Let's get through the budgets. Make your budgets. We all live in a household with budgets. Please, Kane County board members, take a look at this.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Right, that concludes our public comment for the public. Would name, sir? Please come up. Come on up.
My name is Ed Munt, and I reside in St. Charles. As a member of We Can Lead Change, I have been asked to read a prepared statement from the We Can Lead Change Steering Committee. It's brief. We Can Lead Change has always been committed to peaceful, lawful protest that respects public safety and access to our courts, and we will continue to do so.
Hold on a second. We're going to start you all at the beginning. Could you put the timer on? There we go.
Okay.
We're beginning again.
All right. My name is Ed Munt, and I reside in St. Charles. As a member of We Can Lead Change, I have been asked to read a prepared statement from the We Can Lead Change Steering Committee. We Can Lead Change has always been committed to peaceful, lawful protest that respects public safety and access to our courts, and we will continue to do so. We also respect the constitutional rights of individuals to bear witness to matters of public concern, including ICE-related activities on the judicial campus. While We Can Lead Change holds its assemblies in legally protected public spaces outside of the judicial campus, we believe any designated public assembly area on courthouse property should allow demonstrators and witnesses to effectively observe and document public policy. Sincerely, the We Can Lead Change Steering Committee. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, I think we have all of our public members who have had the opportunity to speak. Now I'll ask our 2 board members if you'd like to speak. Young? Please.
David Young. It's great that we're talking about First Amendment rights. We all agree that we deserve it on both sides. Tamar Shrinian, a professor at University of Tennessee, celebrated the assassination of Charlie Kirk. 2 days after his assassination on September 12th, she posted this on her personal Facebook page. Quote, "The world is better off without him in it. Even those who are claiming to be sad for his wife and kids, like his kids are better off living in a world without a disgusting psychopath like him, and his wife, well, she's a sick F for marrying him, so I don't care about her feelings." While she was placed on administrative leave by the university 3 days later, September 15th, a month later, October, she filed a lawsuit alleging First Amendment violations. She was terminated on February 11th, 2026. Just a couple weeks ago in June, end of June, she was awarded a $1.9 million settlement by the university before trial. So before going to trial, they settled. She sued the University of Tennessee with the claim that her First Amendment right was violated, and her First Amendment rights were violated. The University of Tennessee is a public university, which means it is a state actor for constitutional purposes. The First Amendment restricts government entities, including public universities, from retaliating against protected speech. The First Amendment exists largely to protect speech that others dislike. Speech that everyone approves of rarely needs constitutional protection. The legal dispute in this case was not whether her remarks were offensive, they offended many people, but whether a government employer could lawfully terminate her because of them. The question was never definitively answered because the parties settled. Now, how is this relevant to Kane County? Well, in their official government capacity, Mavis Bates and Chris Caius retaliated against a public speaker right here because they disagreed with his viewpoints. They did this by making a call to action from their publicly funded Kane County board emails. When board members use official channels to encourage action based upon a public speaker's viewpoint, they may be acting in their official capacity, raising potential constitutional and legal concerns. Thank you.
Mr. Gripe, John, would you like to speak?
John Gripe, St. Charles, and I hope this is worth the 3 minutes it'll take. After the July 4th holiday, a friend commented that it felt different from the celebration he expected. It felt heavy. I have gotten similar reactions from others. I myself have felt less than optimistic for a while now, and I am a very optimistic person. Why do we feel that way? These days, many folks would like to blame that heaviness on whatever you might call it, on someone, probably an elected official. I have heard people in this very room blame an elected for the problem of the day. But after much reflection on this, the blame seems to fall directly on each of us in this room, Kane County, Illinois, the United States, and the world. Driving this malaise seems to be a general lack of civility. Each of us are responsible for our actions and words. I don't know about you, but when I get angry, my thinking, rationale, speech, and behavior suffer. The problem is that we defend our behavior by blaming somebody else, claiming righteous anger about an issue, person, or group of people just to try and make our point. Civility is not about being polite for politeness' sake. It is about choosing respect over ridicule, dialogue over division, and understanding over assumption. In a time when our conversations online and in person can spiral quickly into hostility, civility is not a luxury. It's a necessity for a healthy community, a functioning democracy, and meaningful human connection. Civility matters because it builds trust, creates a space where trust can grow. It encourages listening. When we feel respected, we are more willing to hear perspectives different from our own. It strengthens solutions. Diverse viewpoints shared respectfully lead to better, more creative outcome. Each of us can change how our world feels. Some believe civility means avoiding hard conversations. In truth, civility is what allows us to have those conversations without destroying relationships. And I have this challenge in my own family. It is not weakness, it is strength under control. 3 actions we can start today. Pause before responding. Give yourself a moment to choose words that build, not break down. 2, seek to understand first. Ask questions before making judgments. Number 3, model the behavior you want to see. Civility is contagious and it could start with you. Civility is not about winning an argument. It's about winning back our shared humanity. Every time we choose to listen instead of shout, to question instead of condemn, to connect instead of divide, we are building a bridge. And in a world that feels increasingly fractured, bridge builders are the ones who will shape the future. So I leave you with this challenge. In your next conversation, especially the difficult one, be the person who brings the discussion from chaos to connection.
Thank you very much. That does conclude now our public comment, and I would like to thank all of our speakers who joined us today to share your thoughts and concerns with us. There are some very diverse words, diverse thoughts that were heard today, and I hope we all respect each other as we listen to this. Difficult choices, difficult considerations moving forward. And Mr. Gripe, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. And Michelle Gumbs, you spoke similarly at a previous meeting. And with my chairman's comments, having the ability for all of us to truly listen to each other as elected officials is critically important at the board table and at our committees. But equally, it's equally important to listen to each other and to understand each other when we're not here. Not to have mean gossip, not to say cutting words, but rather to truly take a look at what's best for Kane County and how we can bring good, effective policy here to Kane County for the benefit of our citizens, because that is truly why you're here. So we all can say things, we are human beings. We're all going to grump and groan and call each other names. That is normal. It's normal behavior. Whether it's for a mayor, whether it's for an alderman, whether it's for a county board member or your county board chair. But it's truly, truly important that we put that aside and get the anger out and get to the core of what our reasoning is and to move forward with thought and knowledge and data, if at all possible, so we make good decisions. So much for that. And thank you, Mr. Gripe. The minutes we already talked about, they're not going to be shown today. They will be prepared for next week. We're going to be moving on to Mill Creek in just a second, but I know that there has been great expectation that our state's attorney and our undersheriff would be here in just a few moments. Unfortunately, the state's attorney has been called into grand jury. She did not know about this. She got called up today. The meeting, I believe, was starting at 10 o'clock. So she is going to try to attend. And when she's able to get out of grand jury, then she will, undersheriff will be joining her. So we're going to continue on with the rest of our agenda. And then we can pause when she arrives at an appropriate time and allow them to speak, because I know you all are interested in hearing what the undersheriff and the state's attorney have to say. Yes.
Roth here. She is on Zoom. I don't know if she's actually able to answer. I understand. I'm just saying.
So
she's still
yeah,
logged
she
into
will.
Zoom.
I assume that she will be attending.
She will be attending in person. And so I don't know if she's actually at her desk, but she was attending before she had to go into court.
Okay, so just we have to be patient with that. And if not, well, we'll see how it. I'm sure she will be here to the best of her ability. And I also, there was another announcement. We talk about the sadness that perhaps the heavy weight that fell from some people on the 4th of July. On July 8th, we had an amazing reading of the Declaration of Independence, represented by 24 members of our community. Diverse array of people, young, old, in between. And it was amazing. It was just an incredible presentation. We're going to be showing that video directly after this board meeting. If you cannot wait, if you choose not to stay after the board meeting, I totally understand, but it is available. It is online. It is for you to share. It'll bring you, I think, a lot of happiness as you get a chance to see what Kane County residents have to say about the Declaration of Independence and reading it in their own voices. So it was quite uplifting. I think everybody who had the opportunity to see it in person for the first premiere showing felt great happiness in their heart and great hope for America. But now we have a very robust agenda. That'll be my comments. So I would like to move that we talk about the Mill Creek SSA Advisory Board. Mr. Fonstock, are you in the room? All right.
Madam Chair,
who-
I'm online today.
there- Okay, there you go. All right, so why don't you introduce the individual that you'd like to bring forward?
Sure. We have a Mill Creek Special Service Area Advisory Body appointment. This is an appointment by Madam Chair with advice and consent of the county board. We had a person apply, Misty Meinig, and she is going to be appointed with your advice and consent to a 2-year term expiring July 14th, 2028. The person is a resident of Mill Creek for 10 years, is engaged in the community, and is interested in serving on the advisory body. For clarification, the advisory body makes recommendations about the tax levy, the budget, and the services and expenses that the special service area provides for Mill Creek under county board. And I'm recommending Misty Meinig's appointment.
All right, we have a motion to appoint Misty Meaning. Do I have your consent? Motion, yes, a motion and a second then.
I'll make the motion.
Thank you. All right, with a motion and a second, we best take roll.
Abatacola. Aye. Allen. Arroyo. Bates.
Bates, yes.
Garcia. Gripe. Gums.
yes.
Iqbal.
Iqbal, yes.
Juby. Aye. Caius.
Caius, yes.
Leonard.
Leonard, yes.
Lewis.
Lewis, yes.
Linder.
Linder, yes.
Molina.
Molina, yes.
Roth.
Roth, yes.
Sanchez.
Sanchez, yes.
Hoffman.
Yes.
Sturgis.
Sturgis, yes.
Happy.
Happy, yes.
Williams. David Young.
Yes.
Kim Young.
Yes.
Passes.
All right, very good, thank you. All right, we're moving on to our consent agenda. Would anyone like to remove an item from consent? Mr. Young?
David Young, 26-298 and 26-299.
I'm looking to my left. Anybody else on this side of the room? Mr. Iqbal?
Madam Chair, 26-320.
Could you repeat that, please?
26-320.
All righty. Over here? Okay, to the right? Okay. The other side, no? All right, very good. So may I please have a motion and a second to approve items, all except items number 26-298, 26-299, and 26-320.
Caius, move.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ms. Allen. Clerk, call the roll.
Abatacola.
Aye.
Allen. Arroyo. Bates.
Bates, yes.
Garcia. Gripe.
Right, yes.
Gums.
Yeah.
Iqbal.
Iqbal, yes.
Juby.
Aye.
Caius.
Caius, yes.
Leonard.
Leonard, yes.
Lewis.
Lewis, yes.
Linder.
Linder, yes.
Molina.
Molina, yes.
Roth.
Roth, yes.
Sanchez.
Sanchez, yes.
Hoffman. Sturgis.
Sturgis, yes.
Happy.
Happy, yes.
David Young.
Yes.
Kim Young.
Kim Young, yes.
Passes.
All right, very good. All right, may I please have a motion and a second to discuss item number 26-298?
Juby moves.
Thank you, Ms. Gumps, and Ms. Juby seconds. Turn this over to Mr. Young.
Yeah, David Young. This is brought up to the admin committee, and I opposed it then, and I'm going to oppose it now. If you look at the resolution, it's calling for $400,000 for construction. And if you look at the resolution, there are no projects associated with this $400,000. And you ask, well, what is this going to be used for? And the answer, I'm not quoting it, but the generalization is that, well, we may need to use this group. And so we want to have the $400,000 in our budget. Well, that's $400,000. I mean, we as a board should take a look at this and say, if a project comes up, then we should do the proper bidding. And then we should go ahead, and if it's above $30,000, then it needs to go out to bid. But I see this just being kind of an easy button, to get $400,000 into their coffers so that they can just go ahead and use it. And I know will it be used? I don't know, but when we are reaching, budget constraints, we should take a look at this, especially when you're looking at $400,000. So I'm voting no against this, and I hope everyone else votes no. I'd like to hear from others who think it's a good idea to give $400,000 without a project list. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, yes, Mr. Caius.
Mrs. Caius, could we have Roger Bonstock? Are you still on, Roger? Can you talk? to
He's
this?
right there. He's in the
Oh,
room.
okay. Thank you.
Good morning, Roger Fonstock with IT and Buildings. So the resolution that you have is from a bid. It's for general construction and contract services. On a month-to-month basis, we get requests from the 27 buildings and offices and departments to repair different parts of the buildings, to fix doors, to fix whether it's a wall or a ceiling, even drop ceilings, things in this room, even when we got it ready for meetings. So in order to do that, once you exceed $30,000 in expenses, whether it's one purchase or multiple purchases, we're required to have a bid. So we put it out to bid. We have a responsible bidder and MRRW. In our budget for small construction repairs, we have the capacity for $400,000. It was already appropriated and budgeted by the county board for an expense. And during the year, we'll go through and place orders. What we are working with the state's attorney's office on is large capital projects that exceed $30,000 that are require bids. We're working to go out to bid for those projects individually, but this is the amount of small projects that come up during the course of the year to repair the 27 buildings that you own. It is an estimate. We're not spending $400,000 with the company. It's on an as-needed basis, but that's how much we budgeted and projected for the year for 12 months of repairing 27 buildings. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions that you have.
Are there any questions, Ms. Juby?
So Roger, does that mean that there's no job that's covered under this that's going to be over $30,000?
We should be bidding things that are over $30,000. And there are times when we have small projects that, you're trying to avoid accumulating multiple things under the same project code that exceed $30,000. We have sometimes something breaks one day and then the next month they have a similar problem. So those things do happen, but anything over $30,000 is something that we should be going through purchasing and working on a bid.
Follow up?
Yes, ma'am.
We should, or we are?
There are times when you do emergency purchase affidavits, if it's a urgent matter, and depending on the scope of the project, this would authorize you to spend up to the $400,000. I'm just saying, we're not doing that. It is bid, it was competitively bid, and we can bring we will bring all the $30,000 plus projects before the board. Depending on the size and the scope of it, we go through purchasing and ask them for their direction on that. So, definitively, it could be a project that is just, because it's already bid, it could be over $30,000. We would have to bring that to the board, though. It wouldn't be a rebid.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? Please, I'd like Mr. Gripe, please, and then.
Right, thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Roger.
Sure.
And I appreciate the breakdown of hourly rates and all that. I'm just curious, for the 400,000, seeing the hourly rates and all that, was this the kind of money we spent last year to do
Yes.
this kind of stuff? So, okay, so that's where that came from. And
Yeah.
would it be true that if a project for more than 30,000 came up, that we could not use
the 400,000?
We would bring it back to admin to seek approval of a proposal in excess of $30,000. So for a large one-time proposal for construction, we would bring it to admin. We have to have authorization of the board for expenses over $30,000.
Right, but could we use this, if this is approved, this 400,000 for
Yeah.
that 30,000?
You could,
Yeah.
yes.
Mhm.
And one last thing, the timing of things is important as well. For us to go through full committee process, our committee meets the day after county board. So our agenda is already submitted by the time the board meeting takes place. So for us to do a kind of an as needed purchase through the board for these smaller things, it would take us 2 months to get through committee process. So getting the pre-approval to act, whether it's for the year or a half a year or something like that, we need the approval in order to get the purchase orders.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
I'm just going to, this is Alan. I just want to speak with the historical perspective that you folks sometimes give me credit for. And that is that there's always some balancing going on. We are trying to be as fiscally responsible as we can, but the fact is when something breaks, a department head will call or an elected office will call and say, I need this fixed right now. And we're just not here all the time, so we don't see that. And that's why we pay the big bucks to our executive directors to help, to give them the credit to make these decisions for us. And in my many years, I just can't say that we have people who are doing this erratically. People that we have asked to be our executive directors are incredibly responsible and probably more approval than we are. So I ask us to put this forward with confidence because they'll get a call from somebody at that end of the building saying, this just broke, please fix it now.
Thanks. That's an accurate statement. Let Ms. Garcia and then Mr. Young.
This is Garcia. It says May 18 of 2023. What's that day referred to?
I think that might be the original bid date.
So we have that bid since 2023.
Yeah, it gets
So
renewed. Usually it's a 2 or 3 year initial, and then we do 1-year renewals for up to 5.
But we've been working with this budget since 2023.
We've been working with the same annual, it's a fiscal annual process. And we put aside money for building repairs that we do periodically. I can tell you for the remainder of this year, because of the amount of work that's been done, we're trying to slow that down. But as things break, need repairs, we're going to be spending that money to repair the buildings and hopefully in a timely manner. We have several buildings that operate 24 hours a day, and we're having people repair things weekends, evenings. It's difficult to schedule when those things happen. So.
I understand there's going to be years that we're not going to be having those much expenses, other years more, but that's the typical budget.
It's very
that we have,
typical.
Correct. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Frank?
This is different than a general construction project. These contracts are specific for anticipated maintenance and stuff that you're going to have to do throughout the year. Just think, wear and tear on the buildings. That's what this is for. If there is if you want to build a new building, that's not what this is for. So please understand, this is not what you're necessarily thinking. It's not some $400,000 for unanticipated things. The emergency purchase affidavit is for unanticipated things. So like, for example, we had in the sheriff's office with the flooding due to the busted water pipe. That's not what this is for. That is for an emergency purchase affidavit. So there are purchasing requirements that need to be done here. This is what this is for anticipated maintenance and repair that are usually well under $30,000, but over the accumulative will cost more than $30,000 over the year. So we're clear, that's what this is for.
Thank you for that explanation. Mr. Young? Mr. Surges?
Madam Chair, thank you. I have no problem moving this forward, but the conversations that some people reached out to me were asking, is this an accumulated, has this dollar figure changed year over year? At the end of the year, if we don't use it, where do the funds go to? Like, this isn't a giant slush fund. Yeah, is there an accounting for this? And I understand those questions. And I've always, this isn't my committee, so I don't ever want to, glass houses, throw stones sort of thing. But Roger, you have an intimacy on this, and I think just having some transparency to say, hey, we started the year at 400,000, and honestly, we've used every bit of that, or oh golly, we only had to use 300 of it or 200 of it because we wound up going to bid because the projects wound up being bigger. I think that would put everybody's mind at ease a little bit, but I understand the concept. So
I think the answer is yes. All that's transparent. Everything is done through purchase orders with the finance and purchasing department. And all those totals would be available for our projects as well as other offices and departments. The information's all there. We could provide a report like that if that's the
yeah,
direction.
maybe just like a dashboard or a quick report that just kind of says, here we are year to date, and oh golly, we're going to need some more money, or oh wow, we're going to return 200,000 back to, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Thank you.
I would agree with the first part. We need more money.
Thanks, Roger.
We do have some buildings that are over 80 years old. All right, I think we've had a robust discussion on this last comment.
Yeah, actually a question. So this bid is over 3 years old. Thanks, Ms. Garcia, pointed
Yes.
that out. Do bids ever expire?
Yes.
When's this one expiring?
It would have been initial, I can't read it from here necessarily, but it'd been initial 2 or 3 years, and then usually it's 2 or 3 1-year renewals before we go back. 2 1-year renewals. So it would have been 3 with 2 1-year renewals. And we'll go out to bid in the last year and advertise and get pricing again. It's under purchasing though, as far as the.
And to Madam Chair's point, I'd be very appreciative of seeing, and I think it's a credibility builder of where the excess, if there ever was one in any of the years, where that money went. So, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, so the dash.
It would remain in the general fund. It would go to the cash balance and be available for the general fund.
Transfer it over at the end of
Simply.
the year. All righty, so we have a motion and a second. Active conversation, clerk call the roll. And this is on item number 26-298.
Abaticola? Abaticola, aye. Allen? Arroyo?
Arroyo, yes.
Bates? Garcia? Gripe?
Gripe, yes.
Gums? Gums, yes. Iqbal?
Iqbal, yes.
Juby? Juby, aye. Caius?
Caius, yes.
Leonard?
Leonard, yes.
Lewis? Linder?
Linder, yes.
Molina? Molina, yes. Roth?
Roth, yes.
Sanchez?
Sanchez, yes.
Chapman? Sturgis?
Surges, yes.
Pepe? David Young?
No.
Kim Young?
Hey, Young, yes.
Passes 1 no.
Okay, very good. All right, may I please have a motion and a second to discuss item number 26-299? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gripe seconds. Thank you, Mr. Young.
Same thing, except this is furniture and
David, could you get closer to your mic?
Yeah,
Maybe
sorry.
just turn it on. There you
And-
go.
you hear me?
That's better.
Okay.
Thank you.
David Young. Same thing, it's just furniture, $100,000. So I was looking at this and I said, there's 400,000 there, 100,000 there is $500,000 that may be spent. My point is that if you need to spend the money, then we understand that things break, furniture breaks, we need to get new stuff or we need to fix it, that's fine. I don't know why we need to put $100,000 into a budget, $400,000 into that. When things come up, just pay for them. So that was where I was going with my point, and maybe my thinking is off. I'm thinking more like a homeowner or small business owner than I am thinking as a government entity. So that's where my thought was with this, is that as we going through our budget constraints, here's $500,000 that we should take a look at. And that was, so these were combined.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Any other comments on this item? Seeing none, clerk call the roll.
Abaticola. Abaticola, no. Allen. Arroyo.
Royos.
Bates. Garcia. Gripe.
Gripe, yes.
Gums.
Gums, yes.
Iqbal.
Iqbal, yes.
Juby.
Juby, aye.
Caius.
Caius, yes.
Leonard.
Leonard, yes.
Lewis.
Lewis, yes.
Linder.
Linder, yes.
Roth.
Roth, yes.
Sanchez. Strathman. Surges.
Sturgis, no.
Pepe.
Tuppy, yes.
David Young.
No.
Kim Young.
Kim Young, yes.
Pass this one, no. Three.
Three noes. Three noes. All righty. The next item is 26-320. Have a motion and a second. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Iqbal?
Madam Chair, this is about hiring the lobbyist. This resolution came in last year as well. My concern was that we don't need to hire any lobbyists. We are creation of the state, and we have elected officials. If we have any grievances or issues, we can go through our elected officials and get them solved. And it's not that hard to solve that way. Why hire a lobbyist? But I was told that this is a free money that we are getting from somewhere. Last year I was told that it's coming from sheriff, it's coming from state attorney's office, and they're contributing. So really we are not spending. But this year it's become very apparent, very obvious that the money is not coming from any other source, but except from the taxpayer. We know from the sheriff's overrun, it is all coming from the taxpayer's pocket. And I would again move that we should not hire the lobbyist and save this money.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Bates?
Thank you, Dr. Iqbal. I believe that our lobbyists have been giving us the expertise that we need to manage not only Springfield, but the federal Washington, D.C., red tape and complexities. They've brought millions of dollars back to us through their efforts and their, work with Congressman Foster and other people like that. I think it's vital that we keep this relationship. We've worked hard to establish this relationship with our McGuire Woods. I will definitely be voting yes on this. It's important to Kane County that we keep this lobbyist group. And thank you for your concern.
Ms. Juby?
Kind of like to echo what Mavis said. I've been working with our lobbyists for 2 years as the chair of the agriculture, and the advice and the direction that they have given us toward farmland preservation for seeking grants. Right now, we're trying to seek a soy innovation grant I threw it on them yesterday, and they're, I think they've responded very quickly on this. And so to me, these are not things that are in my wheelhouse. And as talented as our staff is, these are things that are outside of their expertise or their time. And so I certainly will be voting to support them. I think we've developed a wonderful relationship with them. They brought us back a lot of money, but because everything in government moves with glacial speed, we aren't really going to see the effects of them for years because things take a long time. So I will wholeheartedly be supporting this.
Thank you. Ms. Allen, you had your hand up.
You're all going to roll your eyes at me on this historic perception business, but I've been here long enough that we used to have lobbyists that we paid a lot of money to, who every now and then, when asked, maybe yearly, maybe every other year, would send us a list of all the bills that they had studied. Here we actually have a lobbyist that we're talking to regularly, who reports to us on particular things, who people can call and talk to. This is such an amazing improvement that Whereas in the olden days, I always voted no. Here I'm going to vote yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Kim?
Kim Young here. I echo the ladies, and I have to respectfully disagree, Doctor. As being a member of other organizations where we've employed, where lobbyists have been employed, I have found that their insights are greatly appreciated and helpful. And I have definitely found that in my time here on the board with our current lobbyists. So I will support this.
Okay, thank you very much. This is your committee, so yes, ma'am.
Oh, thank you. Gums here. I actually just want to talk to, hopefully convince my colleague, Dr. Iqbal. I'm always asking people to change my mind, so I'm here to try and change your mind now. You've worked with our lobbyist team independently. We've all had conversations about how much money has been brought back. The return on investment is amazing. It's good for the residents of my district and everybody in here's district. I would also like to suggest that as much as I can appreciate the suggestion that as elected officials, we can directly call our senators, which I do on a regular basis, and many of you do as well. And to my other colleague who suggested that legislation works glacially, that is true until the very last moment. When if you want to pay for me to have an apartment down there, I'm glad to do that. But you have to be there. You have to be in the room. You have to be in their offices. And I think this, the advancement that we've made as far as our elevation is extraordinary. And we're talking multi-millions of dollars that have come back to this county for the low cost of $10,000 a month. And I know that sounds like a lot, but it's $120,000 a year and you've got multiple millions of dollars already. So I ask for your support and I ask for my colleague, Mr. Iqbal, to reconsider.
We have much conversation about this. Mr. Leonard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to point out that everyone in this room knows I'm a fiscal conservative. Spending $120,000, if there is no return on it or a negative return, I would vote against it. We are getting back conservatively a 20-to-1 return. So I am fully in support of this. And I hope Dr. Iqbal will realize that this is money that we are spending, but we are getting such a great return. I would do it all day long with any proposition that would offer me a 10-to-1 return, let alone a 20-to-1. So I'm definitely for it.
All right. Yes, Mr. Young.
So everyone, David Young, everyone's talking about 20-to-1, the millions of dollars that we're getting back. Can you just give me a couple of examples of that? I'd like to know that.
I would let this.
Sure, we got, I think, $1 million from Foster. We got $1.2 million from Duckworth. We've got the Doberman Road project. Oh my God, put me on the spot, David.
Marie Wilkinson Food Pantry. We received some money from Foster.
I'm sorry, what?
Marie Wilkinson Food Pantry received a big check.
Okay, but that's not Kane County, with all due respect. So
it is Kane County, but
for our forensic laboratory, we've got multiple millions of dollars. We've got money for our emergency management. I think it's $50,000. These are earmarks from federal. We've also gotten legislation passed that returns monies to us. So the broadband bill, for example, that was a bill that, in short, we were not allowed to lease our broadband. And we worked with our team, our lobbyist team, to get legislation passed so that we could lease this out and regain what we invested in that infrastructure. Over many years, that's $12 million, I think we invested in that. So that's a lot of money. I also know that defending our positions on local control, they're there every day in the rooms. And I know everything seems like it's money, but it's really a lot more than money. Defending and elevating Kane County to that position where they're paying attention to us. They're paying like serious attention to us because our team is down there defending our local control. And to me, that's just as important as the money we get back. But we've got multiple millions of dollars, and not just Durbin and Duckworth. And there's a road projects, emergency management, infrastructure situations, technology, radios. We have to ask for it, which I'm not doing. The smart people that I lean on do that, right? The directors, the other electeds, our chair, all the people are asking and they help facilitate it. So they get the letters there, they go in the offices and they elevate our little requests to the top of the pile. And that's why showing up is so important too, as elected officials. So there's a couple examples and I can certainly get you a chart of, I think we got 270 million from one project. There's a lot of money.
$25 million from Foster.
25.
No, from Russia.
Krishnamurthy gave us $25 million. I forget a lot, but there's a lot of money. Durban, Foster, I can't keep track. I'm sorry, it's a lot of money.
So, and it's, and if I could say a word, the value of having a lobbyist is incredible. $30 million came through for the second year I was here to help pay the debt Long Meadow Parkway. So right now we're down to $4 million total debt that we owe. So, and that could not have been done without having a lobbyist, without question. So they are, they're very powerful. So with that, we've had robust discussion and I believe our undersheriff is here, and I'd like to get to that discussion. So that brings the last item off consent. So
To vote.
yes, we're about ready to vote. Clerk, could you call the roll? This is for item 26-320.
Abaticola? Abaticola, aye. Allen? Arroyo? Bates?
Bates, yes.
Garcia? Gripe?
Right, yes.
Gums?
I forgot $1 million for the forensic laboratory for our coroner, and that's a yes. I will.
Iqbal?
That's a yes.
Was a yes.
Mr. Iqbal?
Iqbal, no.
Juby?
Juby, aye.
Caius?
Caius, yes.
Leonard?
Leonard, yes.
Lewis?
Lewis, yes.
Linder?
Linder, yes.
Molina?
Molina, yes.
Roth?
Roth, yes.
Sanchez?
Sanchez, yes.
Strathman?
Strathman, yes.
Sturgis?
Yes.
Pepe? David Young?
Yes.
Kim Young?
Kim Young, yes.
Passes 1 no.
All right, very good. Mr. Frank, all right, I'd like to just amend our agenda right now. Are we ready for the state's attorney and undersheriff?
I think people need to take a break and then I'm
Okay,
hoping,
5-minute
I'm
break,
hoping the
please.
state's attorney will be here when the
Okay.
break's over.
All right.
Madam Chair Gums, can I ask for a recess for
Yeah,
10 minutes?
we're going to take a recess for
Like 10 minutes or?
10 minutes. Everyone can use the restrooms if they need to, get a drink of water. And we're going to reconvene here at 11:35.
Wrong.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, could everybody please take their seats? Thank you. Why do I need a gavel when I have friends? All right, we're back. Clerk, could you please, call the roll, please?
Abaticola? Abaticola here. Allen? Arroyo? Bates?
Bates here.
Garcia? Gripe?
Right here.
Gums? Iqbal?
Iqbal present.
Juby?
Juby here.
Caius? Leonard?
Caius present.
Leonard here.
Lewis? Linder?
Here.
Molina? Molina present. Roth?
Roth is here.
Sanchez?
Sanchez present.
Sturgis?
Sturgis present.
Happy?
Happy here.
David Young? Kim Young? You have a quorum in the room.
All right. So you can see that we have got the undersheriff and our state's attorney. I invited them to come up front so that everyone can see them. And I'm going to turn this meeting now over to them so they can discuss, as per everyone's request, both the budget for the sheriff's office. So who would like to begin?
I'm going to go ahead and start. This is State's Attorney Mosser. So the county board, several of you asked me to take a look into the budget that happened over the last few years regarding the sheriff. We did that. We had full cooperation from the sheriff's office when we were looking into this as an inquiry to see what the discrepancies were in regards to it. There are many different variances that occurred as a result of the budget over the years. I do want everyone here to know, because I know we have some newer board members, but we have some board members who have been here over the last few years. None of this was hidden. This was brought out in different meetings throughout the time period about the different costs and expenses of things. It just is now being brought out in a way that makes it look nefarious when in the reality of it, it has been known to this county board. Going to FY23, the budget variances, the sheriff's office has three different portions. They have public safety, adult corrections, and court security. The variances that occurred that caused them to go over budget in 2023 for public safety was because they had a civilian CBA retro pay. They also had post-COVID extradition increases that were not accounted for because of obviously what happened with COVID. And there was an increase in fuel costs.
There was a question as far as getting a copy of this. I hope perhaps you can send that to us.
Yeah, we're trying to be as transparent as possible. So absolutely, everyone will get a copy. Nope, absolutely. Yep.
For the adult corrections, there was an increase in officers that were at the hospital because of having to watch detainees who were there. And because of the time during COVID, they obviously had to switch out the shifts. So this was an unexpected cost that they had. There was also a lawsuit that settled out during that year that was $1.25 million as a result of corrections. For court security, there was a sergeant's collective bargaining that wasn't originally in the budget process, but eventually came to be. And then there was a grant reimbursement that had to happen that also made an offset. In 2024, again, the three different departments for public safety, there was again an increase because of the civilian collective bargaining that was negotiated during that time period. And then they also had some retirement payouts. And keep in mind, this is during the time period when everybody's asking us to allow attrition to happen. And the encouragement was to have retirements during that time period. So that was part of the cost. For adult corrections, there was civilian and corrections new collective bargaining, and there was increases as a result of that. For court security, they were under budget that year. For FY25, for public safety, We had Axon. Now, Axon is our system for body cameras where we have storage that we have to have. Every police officer by law, because of the Safety Act, has to have a body camera when they're involved in any law enforcement related encounter. Axon was a new contract during that time period, which increased then their budget for $188,000. There was a lot of operating invoices for aerial influence. You may have to explain that one. You want to do that?
Yes, and that is our drone program, which accident reconstruction now too. So we have less manpower on the ground because before, when we had our traffic unit and our traffic reconstruction, we would actually have 5 to 6 individuals going with our total station and the Kane County Accident Reconstruction Unit, which would overflow manpower and overtime accumulation. Now with our aerial influence and drones, we have 1 drone operator and 1 individual that actually has to remain on the ground. And that's 100% those individuals on afternoon shift and midnights. So that's where that implementation came through.
Thank you. There was also a fuel cost increase during that time period for adult corrections. This is a time period when we actually had less people who were corrections officers. And as a result of that, we had to house some of our detainees for safety purposes in other counties. So we had to pay those counties to do so, while the numbers for corrections officers increased during that time. So there was a lot of mandates for overtime during that time period. And then we had a lot of detainee transports because we had people who were being housed out of the county at that time. Now that situation has righted itself, so we don't think that there's going to be anything further with that. And then again, for FY25 for court security, they were under budget in 25. But on top of all of that, it does need to be said, because this has been said many times before, unfunded mandates from Springfield negatively affect us. And they're going to negatively affect the people who have the highest budgets here in Kane County, which is the sheriff's office and my office. When the Safety Act was done, we did presentation after presentation explaining the differences, what we're going to need. Now we run court 7 days a week, all day long, because we have this new pretrial fairness where we're mandated to do this. These aren't choices on our part. That's not a choice for the sheriff's office in terms of what they can or cannot do for public safety. So the problem is the Safety Act increased all of our budgets exponentially. And then on top of that, we are seeing a rise in crime. Unfortunately, the way that we ran our system before was the right way, and the Pretrial Fairness Act has changed the way we can do this. I know people have colloquially called this catch and release, but on these low-level offenders, if they are problematic because maybe they have mental health issues or substance use, we used to provide that treatment in the jail. Now we can't hold them to provide that treatment. They're getting out of jail, they're reoffending, so our numbers are going up in terms of who we have in our jail system. So this is the reason why the sheriff's office has gone over budget, but not without it being told and explained over the years. I looked into this. This is not anything intentional that the sheriff's office did. Understanding that last year, all of our budgets were cut. What the sheriff ended up doing was slashing a portion of it, trying to look for other funds during that time period, trying to figure out how to make up for it. But he has the statutory duty to run this jail, protect the courthouses and all the people within all of these buildings, and to put deputies out on the streets. If he's not able to do that efficiently, we are going to see an unsafe community. And I think the sheriff's office has done a great job. At least the 6 years I've worked directly for him as his attorney. And then the years before that, when I was an assistant state's attorney throughout this time. So I'm going to turn this over at this point to the undersheriff to do some remarks for her, but I found no wrongdoing on the part of the sheriff's office in terms of the budget over the last number of years.
That's why we wanted to remain transparent, because obviously these comments were continuously going and going and going. And in being that spokesperson, because I am the undersheriff, second in command, I wanted to make sure that these comments, these concerns were addressed as quickly as we could based on the current situation that we have with her, meaning State's Attorney Mosser, looking into this. I have our CFO, Dominguez, who put in a fantastic presentation in looking through this also, in which we want to make sure everybody understands what we're up against. In 2023, also moving forward, just because our grocery bills go up, our fuel goes up, does not mean that the sheriff's office is immune to this also. We have Aramark costs, which means for our corrections facilities too, our grocery bills go up too. Our food goes up also. Our fuel goes up. So we are seeing this in 2023 corrections again, we are not immune to this. So in what we plan and then what occurs, we can plan ahead for the future and we can tell this is our sustainable budget. And we're right there at the mercy of whatever else that these companies provide to us. And going through a lawsuit, again, we cannot foresee what happens in the future. We can be as safe as possible, 100%, and those occur. And then the state's attorney's office is right by our sides to go through that. In which we want to make sure their questions, concerns are addressed in 2024 and 2025. Please understand that we have 6 unions. And for the corrections to go through, there are stalls that happen where we do not come to an agreement in which what we think is happening, okay, here's where we might come to that agreement. It might be displaced. And then where we did have the money and it goes into 2024, which we do see, then that money might be allocated to different locations in which, oh my gosh, where was that money placed? No, it's in 2024 now because our negotiations happened and carried over to that next year. So again, there's different elements, there's different situations in which it's not nefarious. It's not anything else that we might be able to see in which we want to open that up to the public because yes, that's what we are. We're a carrier to the public and informational pieces. And so that's where we wanted to see for 2023, 2024, 2025, and continuing on for 2026. This is what we're doing. Not only unfunded mandates with, guess what, our Axon, our body camera, but more importantly, our body camera storage. How many deputies do we have on the streets? We have 94 and a half right now. So for all of our squad cars, for all of our body cameras, there has to be storage for both the front cameras, the back cameras, and body cameras for all of our 94 officers. Plus the uploads for that go into it. And again, we're at the mercy of those agencies saying, for the storage, you're paying X amount in continuation for a 5-year contract. So we have to allocate and we have to work forward to say, is it worth it? Because that is an unfunded mandate for us that this state is not paying. So we're looking into grants, but those grants are only allocated to X amount because we might have those employees that are higher up for us. That, hey, you guys have 300 plus employees, you don't go and qualify for these grants anymore. These are now for 40 plus employees, not you guys. So that's what we're working on to try and decrease these amounts as best that we can. Some work, some do not for us. So again, in transparent, we want to make sure too, we are implementing as best we can moving forward for our community, but safety and making sure that Kane County remains safe and secure is our top priority. And with all these mandates, that's what we're working with and working within our means.
Question? Yeah. Are there any questions, Ms. Bates?
So we need a more realistic budget for the sheriff's office? I
Yes.
take it? Do we think we've come up with a more realistic budget?
No, because again, the budget slashes are not taking into consideration the increases that we've all had. So we're going to continue to see this unless this county finds a way to have a revenue source that is going to actually keep community safety in mind. So no, we do not have another realistic budget.
Okay, thank you for that honesty. I would concur. Mr. Iqbal?
Yeah, Madam Chair, yeah, thank you for presentation. My question is, the budget has been increasing every year, and you are saying still it's not enough. It was the budget that was given to us by the sheriff, and you say that was nothing. We need a lot more. My question is, the jail can house 515 inmates, plus or minus, and it has been only half full. And even when it's half full, you are sending people over to the other counties and charging the taxpayers of this county.
And-
Did you do it? Is the right assessment?
And during that time that State's Attorney Mosser had said that, we were at our lowest capacity, meaning for deputies at that point. So for safety and security with the American Jail Association standards, we actually did that for the safety of not only our residents, but the safety also of Kane County deputies, because we did not have individuals coming for recruitment and retention. So that was only during that time frame for 2024 and coming into 25 that the sheriff made that decision, unfortunately, to house in LaSalle and different other counties based on safety and security. We do not do that now because ours is actually 500 to 400 staffed for residents. So we're actually higher than what we were before because obviously you had COVID and then it spiked again where we have for the residents too between that 400 to 500 area right now. So we have larger amounts.
And just keep in mind that we're seeing all-time lows in terms of recruitment for people in law enforcement because people aren't wanting to go into law enforcement anymore. And that includes corrections. And when we don't have competitive pay, we're not going to see people coming over here as a result of that, which is why we got to such low numbers in our jail that we had to ship people out.
And also the consideration too, that we're fighting an uphill battle is for medical. I do not know, nor does anybody else, the prediction of when I might have a resident have a medical emergency in which our staffing for Wexford cannot accommodate. So they are shipped off then to, for great use, Delnor or a different area, Northwestern, perhaps in Chicago, in which that is our responsibility to take care of them and staff 2 individuals for their safety and security, which creates mandates that those 2 individuals for corrections have to go 24/7 until they're released. Sometimes they're there for 2 days, sometimes they're there for 2 months. So that's 2 other corrections officers that are there for unknown how long that are pulled from a pod or pulled from the track or pulled from anywhere else that I'm losing those 2 for medical. We could have 5 individuals that are going to medical at any particular time that I have no idea about. So again, we're decreasing that amount. So those are the unknowns that we're trying to juggle.
Thank you. I have a couple of statements that I want to make. So I think what's happening, and I appreciate the conversation about the budgets. I noticed the last term we discussed the state's attorney's budget. That was the 3 words that were highlighted for like 6 months. State's attorney's budget. And now I do. And now all I hear for 4 months is sheriff's budget. So let's keep that in mind. Because it's problematic to me and I will just leave it there. But when you are looking at comparables and you're going back to the housed population when this administration first took office, we were upwards of 500 inmates at that time. And then we implemented programs, or he and your administration did these programs and got that reduction down from, I think it was 42% to 18% people coming back to jail, which is extraordinary, by the way. It's a big deal. And then so now, then we went down to 200 something roughly in our facilities. And this is all accessible to you. And I think that when that pre-arrest situation came, in executive, I played a little clip, but we were literally told all of these things and over and over and over again. And I feel like we're trying to blame something on someone instead of looking within our own table, because I think we're to blame. I don't think anybody's budget is to blame. I think we are to blame. And I say that with humility because I don't know the solution, but I'm trying to get there. Having said that, though, when you look at other agencies, like we don't have enough sheriff's deputies right now. We're understaffed. We have less than. We make less than, but we are elite. We are a superior agency. And I can tell you that because during COVID, we send our folks to other places because we didn't have the staffing. That was the reason. But now we have over 30 agencies that send their people to us. Why? Not because we're accredited, but because we're special. We're amazing. And that's why people do contracts with us and send them here. Every single thing is costing money. The food, the clothing, the bedding, the laundry, all that's commodities, right? So everybody asked that question, what's a commodity? That's a commodity, right? And I just feel like when you're looking at Aurora Police Department just put out, they have, 200-something thousand people in it. Their starting wage for a police officer is $92,000 a year. It's $92,248. That's the entry-level position to start in the city of Aurora. In Kane County, you're about 69 or 71. We do have lateral transfers, but that's huge. And we have 530,000 people, and it takes me an hour to get from one place to the next, just to be clear. Plus, we have a jail, and we have the judiciary, and we have all the things. But I will highlight this. When you think about the criticisms that our sheriff's department is getting over these, and our state's attorney, to be fair, we are putting people in jail for shit that we haven't handled in years. And that's these folks that are doing it. the sex offenders, the exploitation. And I just, when we're criticizing this budget and they tell you it's not enough money, that's because it's not enough money. It's not a secret. They're not trying to get away with anything. It's just not enough money. And I will continue to support our employees and their increases. They're worth it. So when we fill vacancies, that goes up. When we fill the jail, that goes up. When we feed, the folks, that goes up. When we medically treat them, that goes up. Everything goes up. And if anybody in this room thinks it's ever going to go down, you are wrong. So that's all I got.
Thank
There's a
you very
rant.
much.
I'm sorry, but I had to.
All right, are there any other comments from the board?
I have
Yes,
two quick questions.
yes, ma'am.
How much money do you need? And what are your top 3 needs to fix the problem?
On that one, I would actually have to go back to our drawing board because on that, I'm not prepared to actually state in front of everybody how much we actually need right now. I was just going through with that. I would rather do that at an executive session right now and then present. So everybody else to be transparent for that, but that's a great question. And my top 3, recruitment and retention, 100%. I would love to have more individuals on to actually get in time with, okay, here's our 3-minute response times. So individuals on the streets and corrections, so recruitment and retention. Technology, just to keep our acts on. So I'm not talking about let's get all of these fancy tools or anything else. No, I just want to make sure we have the essential tools. So when our 5-year contract expires, we still are able to keep what was needed. And that one too, I just want to make sure that we can self-sustain. So what does that mean? It just means, again, with vehicles or anything else, self-sustainment. So again, that kind of goes with what do we actually need self-fulfillment for? How much is it going to cost for us? And that's where I'd present back.
And so when you think through all of that in your vision or the sheriff's vision,
Yeah.
that would provide 100% to remove every pedophile, every predator from the streets as possible and lock them up. Is that what that would do?
No, you absolutely cannot do that now.
Cannot do that. No.
We continuously have conversations to make that happen every single day with the state's attorney's office and generalized people in the state. But that's an unrealistic expectation. We would love to do that.
So we
So there's
have,
no amount of money there's no amount of money that we could spend to make that happen. Go ahead.
so we have a child exploitation unit, and that's just people who are downloading, reproducing, sending child porn. Now, we can find that really easily because every computer system, Google, Snapchat, whatever the kids are using these days, have an agreement with the federal government that they turn that over to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. That then gets turned over to each state's Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force, and then it gets funneled to each police department of where the jurisdiction of where people are downloading child porn. Now, prior to our creation of this child exploitation unit, really only Aurora and Elgin were running these cases down, but they only have a couple of detectives that are assigned because it's so intensive in terms of the computer work, having to download everything, having to run search warrants, not only on devices, but to go to people's homes, that it's almost prohibitive for people to do it. When we created this unit, it's because we knew in the Tri-Cities area that it wasn't being run down, and not because our police departments didn't want to, they didn't have the specialization. So yes, we need more investigators because our investigators are slammed with these cases. I mean, if any of you follow our press releases, we are constantly, at least every week, getting another child predator off the streets. So yes, more money is needed so that we can go after more of these individuals, because the list, when they show us this download, it's an active download list. We're seeing it live as it's happening. So yes, more money will help us get more child predators. I would love to do that.
That's a wonderful aspiration, wonderful aspiration. Mr. Linder.
Budgeting for the sheriff's office in particular, but state's attorney as well, it's complicated because of the collective bargaining agreements. My prior career, I was bargaining contracts from the employee side. And I'll tell you that if the employer were to say, well, we've got this contract coming up and we're going to allot 4% in our budget for this contract that's coming up, I'd be at the table asking for 4.5%, 5%, because you've got 4% right there. So you can't put those anticipated collective bargaining amounts in your budget without tipping your hand in bargaining. We have to sort of be prepared for that. We have to know what's going to happen, but it's with the number of contracts we have that are the civilians, the guards, the sworn officers, all the contracts, they come up at different times and for different lengths of time. And when you finally settle, you generally make a retroactive payment back to the expiration of the prior contract. And if we are a year and a half from the expiration of the contract, you've got a year and a half's worth of raises that you're going to pay tomorrow. It's a difficult situation. There's no good answer to it.
And I just want to say, please keep in mind also when we do head to our negotiation session, the individuals we're negotiating with are competing with Will County, McHenry County, DuPage, those that are comparable to us. So some have come up with an 11%, a 20% increase. So they are coming to the table with those aspirations for us, in which we could have that 4% in order to save money and also give them what is needed because they do a fantastic job. But then it comes down to that. So thank you for those.
Yes, Mr. Roth.
The Safety Act went into effect September of 23. In November that year, I had asked at judicial, how much are we spending because of the Safety Act? There was not a very enthusiastic response. At that time, I think the state's attorney estimated about 1.5 and the sheriff did the same. I followed up in August of 24 and I said, we need some more updated numbers. Another board member did a presentation October, November of 24, and they estimated 5 million. Do we have a more updated number? Because we keep, I've been arguing for 3 years unfunded mandates. And do we have a more updated number with the Safety Act? Because if we have a more accurate number, we could start using our lobbyists to beat up down at the state. I mean, we don't have control over the state.
So we can definitely get that. If you look, so the Safety Act actually went into effect in 2021. 2023 was when the Pretrial Fairness Act, which is a part of the Safety Act. Yeah. I'm a font of useless facts, so trivia night for anyone. Only about Illinois legislative issues though. So with that being said, it's been increasing since then. If you look at the sheriff's budget and my budget from pre the Safety Act, that's going to be your best estimate about how much this has gone up, because the reality of it, especially my budget is due to unfunded mandates like that. And obviously work that comes in. The more work that we have come in, the more attorneys that I need or investigators.
And yes, we can get those numbers also too.
Number, to be able to go to our lobbyists and say, we need help.
Mr. Sturgis, your hand is up.
Madam Chair, thank you. Attorney Mosser, State's Attorney Mosser, I think my conversations with you have been along the lineup of asking what happens when an office, not a department, goes over budget or goes over consistently, and what is the role of the county board in terms of handling that. If we know somebody is, if we're 6 months into the year and we're saying, hey, we're a couple $1 million over, regardless of well-intended or what the causes are, what is the responsibility of our board? Are we just supposed to stand out of the way and accept that? Are we, at what point do we step in? Are we not supposed to step in? I'm really confused. And again, I've been stating this for years on the independent control versus the board. And I just want to make sure that everybody understands. I am in no way, shape, or form throwing stones. I am a huge supporter, fan, as everybody knows, of the sheriff's office and the state's attorney's office. But, the numbers and the math is what it is. And right now, I think county board members are sounding the alarm saying, we have an issue and for ourselves and for the public, what is our role at the board level for this, and how do we address that?
It's a great question. The board is the setter of our budget. So I can ask for a budget and you're gonna give me this type of a budget. And it's my responsibility to do my best to stay within that budget. Now, if I'm intentionally going outside of that budget, then there's things that could happen. If I am going outside of my budget because of expenses that I could not have thought of before, or because the budget wasn't given to me, that I should have, I, as the elected official, should be coming to this board to say, here's a budget adjustment that is needed at this time. I think it's great that this is being brought out because I think this is one of those things that we all need to realize we're not siloed as elected officials. It's not the board versus us. We're supposed to be all doing this together. And over the years, these.
Wait, can you say that again louder? Joking, sorry.
Did you have your grandbaby yet? I was curious about that.
No, but the
Um,
phone just rang. I thought that was the call, so.
Oh, okay. But I think that's the thing, like over the years, some of these have gone back to the board and it has been communicated, but we've had some new board members come on, no offense, because that's what happens with elections. But I think sometimes we forget the historical portion of all of this because the lawsuits, we talked to you guys about those in executive session, so it's known what's happening with that. When we have the collective bargaining, that comes back all before you. So you see this, it's just a lot. This is a huge budget. It's complicated, but we have to remember to work together. That's the biggest thing. And I believe that both Sheriff Kane and myself have been committed to working with all of you in terms of that over these many years. And I know that the undersheriff, especially in these last few months, has really provided that transparency that we're looking.
All right, we've got two more questions. Mr. Gregg?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Three questions.
So I appreciate both of you being here, and I'm a big law enforcement person myself. I advocate. The remaining transparent comment that was made earlier, there's transparency and there's transparency. Knowing the crowd, especially some newer folks like us, maybe stuff has to be said twice or three times. It shouldn't be, but I'm fairly aware that since April, there's been questions and requests from this group to get additional information. And it sounds like you have great data in front of you. I'm just curious if that was available before today, why we're not looking at it. That's not a critique, but so I would love to see that information and then on an ongoing basis, because there's, two departments sitting here that maybe have more expenditures than their budgets allow. So that needs to be very evidently presented saying, hey, here's a quarterly update, here's a 6-month update. My least favorite phrase in any committee meeting is reports are on file, as like, okay, it's probably in there somewhere. So, and I try to look, but I'm not Leslie Juby. So any rate, if the budget was exceeded for several years, and it sounds like that you've detailed why COVID and this and that and the other thing. I don't recall hearing about, and again, my history is limited, about special increase requests because of that. And maybe there should have been. And then my last question is kind of related to, Amy, you had mentioned that, the sheriff's in charge of running this department. We're not sure that can be happening now. And so the question is, how is that process working and where is the buck falling and that kind of thing?
So I'm going to address this, and I've said it to the media a lot. I'm not going to talk about what's going on with the sheriff. That's nobody's business. That is a violation of the law, and I'm not going to do it. What I can tell you, and what I said recently, is this sheriff's office is working the way Sheriff Hayne designed it to work. That's the bottom line. It is working. Our deputies are responding. Our court security is there protecting everyone. We're doing what we're supposed to be doing. I work with them daily, and if there was an issue, then we would be dealing with it, but there isn't an issue. As the elected official, Sheriff Hayne can send whomever he wants because that's his job. He doesn't answer to anyone but the people of this county who are voters for it. He has designated a fantastic individual as his undersheriff who has been to these meetings, who has answered these questions, knows what's going on in our office, has a great command structure that continues to keep our community safe. So that's all we're going to say about the sheriff at this point, because there's nothing else that's going to happen. What I think your question was, why didn't budget adjustments come forward? And that's a great question. And I think that's something that we should discuss, especially as offices, because if we know we're going to go over budget, it'd be much better to come in as a budget adjustment than anything else. And I know this because my budget is being slashed again. I know at this point, unless I find funding elsewhere, and I've applied for a $500,000 grant through the state to continue to fund human trafficking investigations. That's going to make up for it. I go to Springfield more often than I'd like to admit to because I have to go down there all the time asking for money. I know that the undersheriff and the sheriff have done that as well. But I do think that level of transparency about budget adjustments, as we know it's happening, is much better to have than something like this. So I would agree with that. I completely forgot your first question.
All right, very good. Very, very good. Mr. Young?
I think it was about the detail that you have. you
Oh,
know,
yes,
that-
we will get that to you. Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
we've been working on that over these we were supposed to present, I think, a month ago, but we're not called for the finance meeting. And we were not called on to give this presentation then, even though we were ready for it, so.
All right, Mr. Young?
How much has your system been stretched due to illegal immigrants? And how has that affected budgets? Has that increased it? You can comment on that.
So I don't think it's any different now than it was before, because we've always had undocumented people here. And so our jail is filled with people who are documented and undocumented. So I don't think it's increased any more recently than we've seen over the years, because we've always had this.
Okay.
Thank you, both of you, for being here. I really appreciated the verbal comments that were given. Hopefully we get them in writing, because I did have some questions regarding some of the reasons why the budgets were gone over, mainly the lawsuits. I want some clarification. Lawsuits weren't paid directly from the sheriff's budget, but were paid from our liability fund, or did those lawsuits come out of the sheriff's budget? That was a question, if anybody
Okay.
can answer that.
So they will get back to us with that.
And then my second comment is, we are looking at a budget that was submitted by the sheriff's office that the general fund was for 35 million and change. Concern is that the actual budget for 2025 was 42 million. You just told us that costs are not going down. We're aware of that. So I'd like to formulate some sort of plan that this budget is what was submitted by the sheriff's office, that mid-year next year, we are given a kind of a snapshot as to where we're at. We do have a lot of turnaround with our employees, so we've been under budget with wages because of that. So that's kind of been helping it's kind of helped balance the commodities, because we do know now that we're going to be over budget with the Wexer contract. And every year it's going to probably go up, as you mentioned. So I'd like to formulate some sort of plan for the sheriff's office, if there is going to be overages, to communicate with the county board. And if that happens with any other elected officials, I'd like that also. So if that's something that maybe our finance chair or our finance, where's our finance chair?
Right over there.
If they can work on kind of giving us some guidelines on that, because I don't think this needed to happen. I think this is something that we should have been aware of and kind of communicated both sides. I think the county board needs to be better at asking questions, and I think our elected officials need to be better at letting us know what they need. Ms. Mosser put it, beautifully. We just need to really work on our communication. And I think once doing that, then our public is going to know what's happening in the county. And they are going to know that the fact is that our expenditures are more than our revenues, and there has to be a give and pull there. We have to decide whether or not we consider this to be valuable and that we need to fund these departments the way they need to be funded, or if we're going to be cutting services and cutting costs. And that's a question for the board.
And I can address also with some of that too. We had two. So for medical, we were actually working with Wexford, which that was a lawsuit that I don't want to go into also just based on information. But yes, thank you. And we were also working on WellPath. So two at a time. Also, we lost one of our medical and getting one back on. So I can present all the information too with one of those lawsuits being paid out, the other one going on to that contract. So that's where you see that difference back and forth with that and a large monetary amount for it based on medical you have to have by state statutory. You have to have medical and they have you at whatever rate, whatever. Even when we went out to bid, which we did with that, you can see that they're cornering a market in which that's where it is. That's the monetary amount. So I would be happy to present that too. That was brought up also with that monetary amount and back and forth.
I think this is, I think we've, last question, we've had, again, a very ample conversation. Ms. Bates, last one.
As a board member, one of my anxieties is if any department goes over budget, where's the money going to come from? Reserves, which are dwindling. About a year ago, we had a referendum for a public safety sales tax initiative. That did not go well. It lost. Do you think that educating the public with what's happening at the state's attorney and the sheriff's office with expenses could possibly help us raise more money and create an awareness from the public of why that money is necessary?
Well, I think it's kind of twofold. I think that we need to look at every department in office and see if there is anything that legitimately can be cut. I think that's just the way a government should be run to start off with. We're going to find that here in Kane County. There's no question about that. There's probably things in my office, like my collaborative version, that I think actually saves money because we're not housing people and we're getting them help that others may think is not worth the money that we put in, even though it's primarily grant fund. I think the secondary portion of that is this communication. I think the general public knows what we do. I think that they know the role of the sheriff. I think they know the role of the state's attorney. They may not know how much we do, how intricate it all is. But I think we need to continue to focus on this county and how beautiful and safe it is and what else we can do. And that's our job entirely. Our job is to make sure that this community is as safe as possible, that deputies get to a call to a house within 3 minutes of when a call is made, that I have the best prosecutors who are going to make sure to hold the worst offenders accountable and send them off to prison. I don't think it's a community education thing. I think the community needs to have more faith that we're spending their money the right way. And I think that's where there's been a lot of questions over these past few years that I've been the state's attorney. I think you all know I invited every single one of you to my office to meet with prosecutors, to meet with my advocates, to look at our space. I invite that to the community as well. I am so proud of the people that work for me. I can't even tell you how amazing they all are to come do this job every single day. The deputies, the court security, the civilians. This is not easy. We need to do a better job of letting the community know that we are the best stewards of their money, so that when we do have to ask for more money because crime is on the rise or gas costs go up or whatever it is, they come back with, yes, we're there to support.
I was just going to say, I would mirror that too. You all are welcome to ask any questions, concerns, come see anything else, because bottom line is safety, security of Kane County.
All right, just more questions. Yes, yes, please.
So I just have a quick question. First of all, I love what you guys do. I always have. I go back and I was listening to Michelle talking about when our recidivism rate in our jail went down to 18%. I love all the programs. We're doing what we should be doing. We're helping people that are in horrible situations get back into society so they can pay their taxes so we can get money. I mean, bottom line. But I do have one question. Several months ago, Dr. Iqbal asked a question. He wanted a report of, we have all these, what we call unfunded mandates. And I believe his question was, are we supporting, are we fulfilling these things at the minimum levels, or is there things we can look at and we can say, yeah, this is unfunded mandate, we have to do this and are we doing it above and beyond or not? And I just kind of wanted to know, I don't know from you guys, but whoever was kind of working on that, where that report is.
I don't recall the report portion was,
Yeah.
so I can tell you, I think that we're fulfilling our mandates. I think we could be doing better at fulfilling the mandates. I don't know that we were doing a report about this. But
Well,
was
I
I
can-
at the meeting?
Well, I,
Because otherwise
I
it's
can
not.
offer you what I know. I proposed a study on the minimum mandate. It has not been approved by the finance committee yet, and we are still talking about it. But having said that, as a board member, I cannot look at your internal operation, what you do. But the people from the communities, you're talking about the community, people from the community say, look at these departments. They are hiring their political affiliates. These are not the right hiring. What should I tell them?
Could political affiliates, was that?
Yeah,
what's the word?
people ask me, look at the sheriff. He hired 10 people. The attorney she hired 2 people maybe. What is justification for this? You are on the board. What are you doing? What can I say?
All right, thank you. Ms. Gums, and then please, this will be the last comment. So could you be
Make it quick and
succinct?
good. All right. So to that point, I think we were so understaffed, Dr. Iqbal. I think hiring was something that we all discussed to fill the vacancies and actually be able to prosecute those folks because we didn't have them. And I met with her staff and I met with deputies and I knew they were like underpaid and all of those things. So hiring is a good thing. And we're at where we need to be, kind of. I personally argue that we need more, but I guess I really want to highlight this difference. Ms. Bates asked the question, what happens if we don't have the money, right? Like that's the right question. And my response to you would be, well, you have to fund the statutory requirements first. So where do you look to cut? Someplace that you're not required to. So if you want to have that conversation, and I think that's what we always should be doing, is those folks have statutory requirements and other divisions have statutory requirements. We cannot cut them by the law. So we have to look elsewhere. So that's, if you're looking for stuff, I would look elsewhere.
All right. So,
Madam
Thank you
Chair,
very
Surges, could I just interject one quick item?
Mr. Surges, I would love to say yes, but please, we've had enough. We've been speaking now for almost an hour, full hour about this. Respectfully, but I'm sure that they would gladly hear from you via email and perhaps tomorrow at HR, you can continue this conversation. Just to sum up, when you are looking at coming into a community and raising your family here or starting a multi-million-dollar industry, a couple qualities you're looking at. And if you have gone and studied Maslow, you know that the very first thing with Maslow's hierarchy of needs is safety, public safety. Premier, incredibly important. We hear people not wanting to live in Cook County anymore, respect to Cook County and Chicago, because of fear of public safety. So they're coming here to Kane County, where they are hopefully prospering. The next one, if you come here to Kane County, you want to make sure if you're raising your family, you have excellent schools. Schools are requiring, again, more public safety about that. Transportation. We want to make sure that our roads are safe. They're paved. Mr. Surges has brought up his concerns. If there is an accident on any of our public roads, county roads, who comes to take care of the accident? The sheriff's office. Then we need to have an educated workforce to make sure that there are people here who are trained and have the capacity to be able to manage those factories and those businesses that are coming through. And the next one is environmental, et cetera, the aesthetics. All of that hovers around public safety and judicial public safety. Every one of those elements are impacted by that. So when we're taking a look at doing budget cuts, taking a look at what we need to address as far as managing a budget, how far do we do So we have unfunded mandates or funded mandates or required mandates that are at the minimum requirement. You go to a doctor when you need stitches and you just get a Band-Aid and say, this will do, you'll have a scar. I wouldn't want that. And I don't think any of you here or our citizens would want that either. So they're doing the best they can with resources that are very scarce here in Kane County. We've known that for a very long time. And we're doing everything they possibly can. And this is a call for help. So I appreciate you coming here very much. Thank you for your honesty and your integrity. And I think they deserve a little round of applause, please. Okay, with that, I'll let you go back to work. Oh, okay. She's hanging out with me. Yeah. Women. Go save the world, Amy. To get my transition. All right, would anybody like to have a sandwich? Board members, food is here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please, we're going to go into executive session now. We're back onto our agenda. So may I please have a motion and a second to go into executive session?
Rebels go success
The
session.
reason is, thank you, ma'am. I'm turning this on as loud as possible. You're going home? All right. May I please have a motion and a second to enter into executive session to discuss the release of closed session minutes?
Gums will move.
Thank you.
Wait a second.
Thank you. Clerk, call the roll.
Abaticola? For executive session?
Say yes.
Allen? Arroyo?
Oh, yeah.
Bates? Garcia? Gripe? Gums?
Gums, yes.
Iqbal?
Iqbal, yes.
Juby? Caius?
Caius, yes.
Leonard?
Leonard, yes.
Lewis? Linder?
Linder, yes.
Molina? Yes. Roth?
Roth, yes.
Sanchez? Strathman?
Yes.
Surges?
Surges, yes.
Pepe?
Pepe, yes.
David Young?
Yes.
Kim Young?
Kay Young, yes.
Approved. All right, very good. We are going into closed session. I will ask everybody to leave who is not on the board or is business for the county board.
Okay, a reminder to those in the room that have joined the Zoom, you must leave Zoom. Wake up everybody that's in the room in Zoom. Exit the Zoom before we can go into closed session. If you are online and joining closed session, you will get an invite shortly. Please join that invite and we'll get started shortly. Okay, I'm going to start calling names of people in the room that have not exited the Zoom. All right, I think we successfully got the in-room people out. All right, you are in open session digitally.
Here we go. We're back in open session. Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Batacola? Allen? Arroyo? Bates?
Bates here.
Garcia? Gripe? Gums?
Gums here.
Iqbal? Juby?
Juby here.
Leonard?
Leonard here.
Lewis? Linder?
Linder here.
Molina? Molina present. Roth?
Roth is here.
Straffen? Here. Sturgis?
Surge's present.
Pepe?
Happy here.
David Young? Kim Young? Oh, sorry. Kim Young?
Gums here.
Pirog?
I'm here as well.
We have a quorum in the room.
Our quorum is in the room. All right, very good. Who is going to discuss the zoning petition? Mr. Iqbal? Okay, very good. Do you want to bring that forward? This is oh, the closed session. Absolutely missed that. May I have a motion and a second to approve the release of closed session minutes as recommended by the state's attorney's office and as reflected in Exhibit A?
Also makes a motion.
Arroyo and Ross. Okay, call the roll, please.
Batacola? Allen? Arroyo? Bates?
Bates, yes.
Garcia? Gripe? Gums?
Yes.
Iqbal?
Iqbal, yes.
Juby? Juby, aye. Leonard?
Leonard, yes.
Lewis?
Yes.
Linder?
Linder, yes.
Molina? Roth?
Roth, yes.
Strathman?
Yes.
Sturgis?
Yes.
Tepe?
Happy yes.
David Young?
Yes.
Kim Young?
Kim Young, yes.
Okay, very good. Now, Mr. Iqbal, I'll turn this over to you.
Yeah, Madam Chair, our committee chairman, Mr. Rick William is not here.
Your microphone a little bit louder, please.
Okay. Mr. William is not here today, so I'll be filling it for him. This is zoning petition number TMP 26-783. The petitioner is Douglas Family Butterfly Garden and Solar Farm LLC. This is a request for special use permit in the F farming district to allow for development of a 5 megawatt solar energy facility. The petition has gone through the zoning commission, and it was passed 6-0. It went through the development committee and it passed 9-0. This area is located in Miss Kenya.
Oh.
There you are. Peter, are you okay? Yeah, Madam Chair, the petitioner is here. Your counsel, Dan Kramer is here. Nick, who is the project manager, and Hannah London, a professional engineer, who is the engineer for the project. They're all here. And if you have any comments or questions, they can on.
Does anybody have any questions about this? I'm seeing absolutely none.
I
Did we-
move it and I need a second.
Second. Oh, motion is second. Thank you. Ms. Juby, you had a question?
I do. I just want to know what the PI of the acreage is.
Could you say that again, please?
What's the SPI of the acreage that you're covering with the solar field?
You want to go?
You have to go up. And make sure you introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Hannah London. I am with the engineering firm Kimley Horn. We are the consulting civil engineers on the project. Are you requesting the acreage or the parcel identification numbers?
I'm requesting the productivity index of the farmland that you're removing from farming.
That would be from the NRI report. Give me just a second.
That's the Lisa. I'm looking for the SPI.
I do not have that number in front of me if it is not in the NRI report.
Ms. Juby, anything else?
No, that's fine.
Okay. Does anybody else have a question? Yes, Mr. Young?
Are there any objectors to this?
I'll let our attorney speak on that.
Excuse me, Dan Kramer, the attorney for the petitioner and the owner, Mike Douglas. There were no formal objections. There was one person that testified at the public hearing that indicated she did not particularly like solar in the area. At the development committee, there was a gentleman who testified. He was not an objector, but said we got to preserve bats that are in the area. There's no trees being removed by the applicant here at all. The area that the 20 acres out of the total 32 that are going to be used were in cropland, so it's not harming bats at all. But other than that, that was the only comment at both hearings. One person at each.
Thank you. Any other questions?
If I can add one more to the bat comment, like Mr. Kramer said, there's no tree clearing at all in this project. And as part of our requirement for the Kane County special use permit, we have to submit to IDNR to see if they have any flags on the site. The site was initially identified as bats being a potential species of concern in the surrounding area. It ran through a supplemental review by the IDNR, and IDNR saw no adverse effects from the project on bats specifically. So that has been reviewed by the IDNR twice.
All right, I see no other, yes, John?
Just
Kim, could you put it up?
Yep, Kim Young here. This is my district. I've received no negative comments regarding this. That's all I can say. And I'm going to vote for it.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right, seeing no other comments, Mr. Iqbal, are we ready to call?
Yeah,
the vote?
please.
Okay, call the roll, please.
Abatacola, aye.
Allen, Arroyo, Bates,
Yes.
Garcia, Gripe,
Gripe, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Doobie,
no.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis, Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Sturgis,
In support of Miss Young, yes.
Pepe,
Deputy, yes.
David Young,
Yes.
Kim Young,
Thank you, Mr. Sturgis. Kim Young, yes.
passes 1-0.
All right, very, very good. Okay, can, oh, that's good to hear. Thank you. Congratulations. All right, we're on to now our resolutions. May I please have a motion and a second to discuss item number 26-335?
Resolution, or motion.
Thank you. Second, please. Thank you. Is there any discussion on this? Seeing none, clerk call the roll.
Abatacola,
Aye.
Allen, Arroyo,
Roth.
Miss Allen, Bates,
Bates, yes.
Garcia, Gripe,
Gripe, yes.
Gums,
Yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Doobie,
aye.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis, Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Sturgis,
Surgis, yes.
Pepe,
Deputy, yes.
David Young,
Yes.
Kim Young,
Kim Young, yes.
passes.
Wonderful. Very, very good. Oh. They'll be very pleased to hear that. Very, very pleased. Thank you. May I please have a motion and a second to discuss item number 26-336?
Roth will make the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Strathman. Any discussion? Yes, ma'am. There
Madam
you
Chair,
go.
Gums, I asked for this to not be on consent because I do not support the design of it. I support the concept and I would like to, I did have a brief conversation with Roger about my thoughts and going forward, what I'd like it to look like in a different location. So if this is set in stone where it's going to be, I will not be supporting it if we can get it on that north side of the street. And I suggested this, that, you know, if you're looking at the front of our campus on the south side, that curvature and where our flags are, I would support. I would like to go forward and maybe suggest that we send this back to committee so that we can get it put in a different location and then I can support it. I don't know if that's a good idea or not, but as it sits right now, I will not support it, but I will support the other option. So if,
Are you
should I
suggesting
send
an
it back?
amendment?
I will move then to send it back
Okay, fair.
to the committee so that we can get a
To admin?
redesign.
I'll second.
Bate seconds.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second to amend this resolution and send it back to administration. Are there any comments on this?
I just want to clarify, I'm not opposed to this at all. I just don't like where it's at, so I will be supporting a redesign.
Okay, very good. Okay, hold on, Mr. Iqbal and then Mr. Young.
Madam Chair, I'm not sure which committee it came from, but I believe it should be sent back to the committee. So,
Administration.
Yeah, why, right?
Admin, sorry, I'll modify. friendly modify.
Administration. So are you clarified now?
Yeah, I support the motion to send it back to the committee.
Okay, for a review. Mr. Young?
I do not support that. We have spent a lot of time at the admin committee talking about this, and Roger, he's gone back and forth. They've talked a lot about this. We should just move on. I think we should just put it where it's at. I don't want to send this back.
Okay, very good. Oh, any other comments on this? So we have a motion and a second, and we're going to be taking the vote to amend this, to move this back to administration for further review. Clerk, call the roll.
Radical aye.
Allen,
Aye.
Arroyo, Bates,
Bates, yes.
Garcia, Gripe,
Gripe, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Juby,
aye.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis, Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina, yes. Roth,
Roth, no.
Strathman,
Yes.
Sturgis,
Surges, yes.
Pepe,
Jeppy, yes.
David Young,
No.
Kim Young,
Kim Young, yes.
passes to go back to committee with 2 noes.
Okay, it is being moved back to committee, and Mr. Caius will get this back onto his agenda next month, since his agenda's already been set. So we'll discuss it again through to August and bring it back to the board in September. All right, may I please have a motion to discuss item number 26-337?
Surges moves.
Thank you, Mr.
Gripe,
Surgeon.
second.
Thank you, Mr. Gripe. Any discussion on this? Okay, let Ms. Young go first and then Mr. Linder.
I've talked before about this. This, I believe, specifically speaks to the reduction or the cessation of coverage for the GLP-1 medications for the employees of Kane County. I've spoken before. I think that this is a not fully considered item. The people that we've heard from, professionals that we've heard from who have spoken to the board about this are primarily insurance people. We have not heard from any medical professionals, nor have we heard from any staff members. My personal opinion is, after doing some research, that this, as a matter of fact, there was an article today in the New York Times regarding these medications. They're on the increase. These medications have been around they're not experimental. They've been around for a while. And my concern is that if we cause the cessation of their use by our staff members, they will, as have been shown scientifically, they will see they will lose all the benefit that they have gained from this, or at least 50% of the benefit that they gain from this. Obesity is a chronic disease. It is not a stop putting stuff in your mouth disease. It's been shown to be a chronic disease. And these medications have been developed to support weight loss as well as multiple improvements in other health areas by their use, anywhere from blood pressure, type 2 diabetes, and there are many more. But I believe these medications to be very important to our employees. And generally, we haven't looked at, nor have we discussed the improvements that these medications have been brought to the reportedly 10% of our employees that use these. My question is, and I don't have any scientific backup, but if we force the cessation of these, and then find out, oh, wait, a year from now, I won't be here to knock over coffee and hit my head on the television. Will we be looking at reinstating and causing people to go back and sort of reinvent their wheel? I am vehemently opposed to reducing these from the staff's health benefits. I have done research, and if anybody wants to ask any questions of me, I am not a physician, but I have done some research into this and would try to help as best I can. But maybe if we were to get a physician in to talk to us and to discuss this with our employees, which has not been done. Thank you.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Yes.
Madam Chair, you know what? I brought this forward through my committee. I brought it through exec. I bring it here now. I motioned it forward, and I typically believe that our normal operating procedure is that the chairman of the committee that brings forward allows a narrative before we start asking for questions. Am I mistaken on that?
That's not necessarily the facts.
Really? Because I'm trying
You
to
have,
think in recent
I-
memory of anything that we've brought forward where we're not, we're not having discussion for the
Mr. Sturgis,
presentation.
would you like, you have been recognized. You have a comment to make about this, so please, you have the microphone. Please feel free.
I think my comment is that at the committee level, at the director's level, at my level, we have painstakingly spent hours on this. We put out we asked for everybody to put their thoughts in writing prior to coming to today's meeting. I am not aware that we had any response to that. In lieu of that, I took the time to put together a lengthy, well-researched email to go out to everybody. Didn't get any response from that. I have our executive director, Miss Labrillo, in the room today to answer any questions. And I think, while we're all would be in agreement that there is some benefit to this, it comes down to a matter of affordability. And I just want to remind this board and go on the record that we made the choice for our employees via resolution to stay with Blue Cross Blue Shield and look at ways to tweak the Blue Cross program and bring those costs, manage those costs. This is one of those. And Dr. Young, I don't debate that there is some benefits to this. The question is, do we have the ability to pay for them? And there's two, I think you can boil down my email from this perspective into two tranches. The first one is the actual physical cost that this represents. The second one being the impact to our rates because of this. So not just the spend on the pharmaceutical side, but the actual cost increase to our rates because of this. And we are talking about millions of dollars. These aren't pennies, these are significant. And so I'm going to let Jamie answer any questions that are there and present but I'm trying not to make this an emotional, should we or shouldn't we? This is more a math problem of saying, can we afford to do this or can't? And if we're saying we want to, I just don't know where the funds are coming from if we weren't willing to shop the program. So thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sturgis. And right now, Jamie, we will ask you questions. The board will ask you questions if necessary. Ms. Young, I'd like to have somebody else speak now. Yes, ma'am.
Lewis here. So I'm on the Human Services Committee, and we were tasked with coming up with reductions. And to Cliff's point, nobody wanted to switch carriers. So then the second thing was, what can we do within Blue Cross and Blue Shield? It's obviously a huge one. And I've just got a couple random thoughts, not necessarily in any order. One thing I've heard almost a threat has been told to me, like, oh, people are going to quit if they can't get their GLP-1s. Well, I don't know where they're going to go because almost everybody else has cut this for the very reasons of it's very expensive. Second thing, I heard today, and actually in the last week, that if people go on the GPL-1s for weight loss, they're pretty much going to be on it for their life. Because I've heard that once they go off, they'll gain the weight back. And so we shouldn't tell them to go off because then they're going to gain your weight back. Well, I don't know that this county can afford this forever for people. If it was short term, why they developed other habits. If we did it in conjunction with Wonder, or, one of our other programs where you learn to exercise and modify things. But just my thought there on that. And the other thing that I haven't heard yet is, what is the cost of the pill? I mean, we know that the cost of the shot is extremely expensive, and people that are on it, if they have to pay for it, it's expensive. But maybe it would cause less panic if we could tell our employees that, yeah, we're not going to cover this, but the pill is only X amount. Maybe you need to go to your doctor to do that. And lastly, in Cliff's email that we got, I'm going to say yesterday, he also recommended some other initiatives that are lower hanging fruit. And that's not for discussion today, but I want to make sure that the Human Services Committee does look at those other things. That's all.
All right.
And I'll be
Thank
voting
you.
yes for this.
Let Mr. Roth speak and then Ms. Gums.
I've gotten a lot of responses back since the agenda has come out with this being on it, and from employees. And their concern, and it seems to be, I don't know this for a fact, but the lower entry employees, that they can't afford to go buy it on the market. I'm not saying we can't, it is a way to save some money. So I don't want to say we don't want to do it, but I think we need to just slow up a little bit to see if there's some alternatives, like the example of the pill or new drugs coming out, or also the suggestion, the Wonder program and stuff like that. And that's all. Just, we need to at least listen to our employees, because we can do a million things to build morale, and we do one silly thing and we just throw it out with the bathwater.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Ms. Gums.
My dear good friend, Mr. Sturgis, is probably going to yell at me later today, but I love you anyways, Cliff. I will not be supporting getting rid of this. And when we had conversations before, I think I was vocal about not switching from Blue Cross to United Healthcare. I think the benefits that we're providing to our employees in lieu of providing them a substantial wage goes a long way. And I can appreciate the work done on this. I've heard a lot as well. We did actually hear from a speaker today about their not wanting to lose this benefit from one of the leadership from one of the unions. So that did not determine my position on this, but it almost feels a little icky, like we're picking on a certain disease. It feels a little icky to me, and I know that's not the case, but it feels like it, right? I do not have the insurance, but I think the benefits are outweighing the cost savings. That's my opinion. And I've heard a lot of people say, well, there's a lot of of benefits, medically this, or there's a lot of, what's the word I'm looking for? Side effects. But here's the key. I'm not the doctor. It's between your doctor and you. And I personally, I get it. I understand the effort to reduce costs, but I don't want to reduce costs in this fashion. I just don't want to do it. So I will not be supporting this because and again, Cliff, I love you, but I just feel like the perception of this is going to be horrible. And also, it's not just for weight loss. Like you can't just go to Weight Watchers and be thin. It doesn't work that way. Trust me, I have a lifetime membership. But like it just doesn't work that way. And I just want to go ahead and support you just look around and people are healthier, they're happier, all those things. And that's in no small part because of medications that they and their doctor agreed upon. So I don't want to get rid of them.
All right. Why don't we start here? We'll go around.
Yeah, I agree with everything. I apologize because I really haven't put as much attention to this as I think it deserves, the health insurance that we pay out of the county. I think the biggest issue is that this medication is so expensive, and that's because the government allows manufacturers to set their prices. So this medication shouldn't cost as much as it does, and it does because we allow it to happen. But I think that there might be other guidelines in place. When I asked about whether or not prior authorization is allowed, is even done, I was told that our plan doesn't require prior authorization for medications, which to me is kind of silly because I think it's an extra step that should be required to make sure that it is medically necessary for patients to be prescribed medication. There's tiers that generally plans cover, but I'm speaking out of ignorance here because I don't know how much of this our plan currently does. I was told that no prior authorization is required when you're given a prescription. If that's the truth, I think we could look at cost savings that require prior authorization for any medication. So I'd like to work on that a little bit more. At this point, I'm not comfortable I'm not comfortable with this resolution. I won't be supporting it.
All right, I think that's a very good question, if I may, for Ms. Labrillo. There was a question, do we require authorization for any medication before they seek that medication?
That's not currently a part of the plan that I'm aware of, but that's a per medication decision. So this isn't something where people can get a pre-authorization, but there's a couple of things I do want to make sure everybody understands as you think about this decision. The first thing is that this isn't a cost saving measure. It is to prevent a $3 million increase in the cost. So this isn't something where we're hoping to save money in the county budget by doing this. So it is not an effort to save money. It is an effort to prevent an increase. And while I have heard, based on recent numbers, I did get some more recent numbers and looked just at last month's bill for GLP-1 weight loss drugs. It was $233,000 in last month alone. That is for 221 individual claims. That's a combination of employees and their dependents. It's about 2/3 employee, about 1/3 dependents. So if you do the math, just kind of the quick and dirty math on this, that comes out to about a $50 per employee per month increase in every employee's premium just to cover this. So while I understand we're very concerned with the benefits that we're offering all employees, we have to understand that this increase in cost is carried 83% by the county and 17% by the employees participating in the health plan. That means every employee participating in this health plan will experience a rate increase of $50 specifically attributable to this. And that's taking that 233,000, 17% of it divided by the 1,080 employees currently participating in the plan, nearly $50 per employee per month. As an alternative, just the people that take this medication could pay $100 to $150 per month for the pill. So while you're thinking about what benefits you provide to the employees of Kane County, I want you to remember that somewhere between 10 and 15% utilize this medication, but the other 85% don't, and they need an affordable plan. So that's something to take into consideration too. If you're looking at drawing people to the county, we have a great benefit plan and it needs to be affordable to those people. So I think that's just an additional consideration. It's not just about this medication, it's about the cost associated with it. So at $233,000 a month, that is $2,796,000 in a year. And 17% of that is paid by our employees, all of our employees. It's 233,000 a month based on last month, 2,796,000 a year. If you just multiply that out by 12.
All right, thank you, Jamie. Okay, question.
So are we looking at, if we say, yes, we're going to cover this medication, are we looking at then turning around and saying that we're going to have to increase our premiums?
Yes, yes, that premium, which is carried 83% by the county and 17 by the employee. So that is where the cost will come in, right? It's part of the health plan. So the
Would
county.
that be on next month? I mean, would we be putting that forward next
No,
month potentially?
rates are set annually. So right now our health insurance fund is bleeding the money to pay this. So we will have to make up anything that we have lost in excess of what we should. It will make it through the year just fine, but rates will have to accommodate that. So that is something that once rates are set for 2027, that is where we will see the impact. So we will see normal health insurance inflation, 2 years worth of it, which will run us 10 to 15% increase in premium. And then on top of it, we will have to make up the money that we would have to pay to continue to cover GLP-1s, as well as make up anything lost out of our health insurance fund in excess of what we're able to safely lose.
Okay, thank you, Jamie.
So will we be looking at increasing these premiums for 2027? So will this come before the board next month? If we say, yes, we're going to keep this, will we be coming to the board next month and saying, but we're going to now increase premiums?
Yes, absolutely. Yes,
Okay,
we do
I
hope
just
to
wanna
have, I'm
clarify
sorry,
that.
I misunderstood.
No.
We do hope to have a rates proposal next month
Yes,
based on the
that-
results of this conversation.
Mr. Gripe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I got a family full of doctors, so I do have some medical, but I'm not going to even go into that. One thing that's critical to make this thing work, pill or shot, by the way, is lifestyle changes. And if you don't do that, you're not getting anywhere. But the bigger thing is what we've just been talking about. As far as prior authorization, when you get a prescription, that is authorization, right? So to ask the doctor, the same person who wrote the prescription, to give you an authorization, okay, fine, I'll fill out on it. That's not going to slow anything down. My biggest concern is that this cost so far, what Jamie was just talking about, is going like Mount Kilimanjaro, right? And what she just saw is last month's expenses, but we've seen it, oh, correct me if I'm wrong, Jimmy, but the cost has been going up and up and up and up, month by month by month by month. And more people are like, hey, look what I'm, look like in this great, you should do this too. It's going to keep going up. And I think two things. So we're basically saying we would like to benefit 15% of the population roughly and make 100% of the population pay for it. A lot more. And that's just this year. So, and it could possibly result in the elimination of Blue Cross if we can't get costs to where they need to be.
Yeah, I think-
We might have to switch carriers. We don't know that. But I'm saying this is not, can it be helpful? Sure it can. It's a question of cost, and do we want to penalize everybody for something that can help others?
Okay, I know. We're going around the table. Yes, yes, ma'am.
So when I came into this, I was all for voting yes for it. And then I did listen to someone who got up and spoke, and I realized that there's tons of stuff I didn't even consider. And I'm not a doctor, don't have a family of doctors, would never pretend to be a doctor. However, I have chronic conditions that are managed. So I'm assuming this is a chronic condition that will need to be managed. So my question is, when you talked about it's to prevent a $3 million increase, what would that increase be if we prohibited the shot but paid for the pill?
That's not an option that Blue Cross has given us, unfortunately. We did ask for that, and that is not something that they can do. We either allow the medication or we don't. We cannot pick the form of the medication.
That is
Why-
under a doctor's jurisdiction.
Why? I don't understand that though.
I can,
If we're covering it, why can't we say we won't cover the shot, but we'll cover the pill? Why can't we do that?
according to our brokers, either a medication, any medication, you either allow that medication or you do not. It does not allow us to separate the pill and the injection.
I thought, I'm sorry, I have a follow-up question. I thought there was a law that says you can have generics of anything. And then you can, your pharmacy is allowed, or your doctor's allowed to, your insurance company is allowed to submit the lowest price thing unless specifically requested. So
By the user.
by the physician. So there are drugs that I would not be able to take a generic of because of a component in there that I have an allergy to, but most of the drugs I can take. So if my insurance company will cover the lowest, and then if the doctor says I have to have the highest, they'll cover that, I still pay more out of pocket. So I don't understand if the doctors say you have to have this, but the pill is cheaper. I don't understand why that isn't the protocol we follow. I don't understand why we follow that on one set of drugs, but we don't follow it on another set of drugs.
Leslie, if I may, we were just told no from Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Can we
They
talk
did
back
not,
to
they
Blue
didn't
Cross
give it.
Blue Shield?
Yeah, they did not give us a reason. They just said you don't have the ability to choose one or the other. You either approve them or you don't approve them.
Okay, so we can call them and ask them, right?
Are you requesting to table this until next month?
I'm saying I don't have enough information to make the vote that I think would move it forward in a timely fashion. But no, I'm not requesting to table it.
Okay, very good, thank you. Ms. Bates?
Comments and questions. First of all, to me, this feels like privileged people will get this covered by their insurance and those less privileged will not. I personally know state senators who are taking Ozempic and look much better. State federal congressmen who are taking whatever it's called for weight loss and are looking much better. So the state and federal governments are covering this for their employees. I feel like I would like to know, well, you already said how much it would cost. What if we did go to UHC, United Healthcare? Would it be worth it to our employees to, would UHC cover a pill or the shot?
If I may interrupt, right now, we're not talking about changing insurance carriers. Right now, we're looking at Blue Cross Blue Shield. Do you or do you not want to have this drug, this weight loss drug included in the coverage? If you'd like to talk about comparison of the two, that would be a topic for another discussion.
If I still have the floor, I do
You-
believe
yes,
this
you
is
do.
part of the discussion, as Ms. Juby may agree. We
No,
need
it's-
more information.
No, it is, all right, it is. No
Do-
decision
Can
can
we
be
get
made.
that information?
What piece of information would you like?
United Healthcare, would they allow just the pill version?
It takes 6 to 8 months to bid for an insurance plan. It is too late to consider a change in carrier right now. We went to a vote on it because there's no way for us to do it in this short time frame.
It's still in a circumstance.
We
I'm
would
not
not be
getting
able
an
to
answer,
get that
so-
together for 2027. It's just too long of a process for the carrier. They would not be able to give us any kind of pricing for 2027. We would have to look at that for 2028, and I don't know if they would be able to or not. We can certainly look into if their pharmacy benefit provider will make, this is part of the pharmacy benefit provider. So Prime is our pharmacy benefit provider that does not give us the option to pick and choose between the pill and the injectable.
And Jamie, you require this vote today, correct? We're out of time. Either way, we need to know.
Ultimately, we need to make a rates proposal at the August board meeting. And as you can understand, that whether or not this is covered is going to have a huge impact on those rates. So we need this piece of information, this decision, so that we can make a rate proposal for the August board meeting. So we're not going to have it in human services. It's going to need, we'll discuss it in human services based on the end of this discussion and get some ballparks, but we won't have a formal rates presentation until probably finance committee at the earliest, based on the results of this conversation. If you table this to another time, then we have to assume it's staying to present you rates. We can't take it out without the board's approval to make this change. So Developing rates is also a very detailed process that we go in where we do an analysis of the reserve account, how much we need to add or remove from the reserve account, how much we expect health insurance inflation to be, how much we expect our monthly expenses to be. So there's a lot that goes into that. So we really kind of need the answer to this question to develop those rates. We need to pass them in August because we need to start preparing open enrollment documentation at the beginning of September.
Thank you. Sonia?
I think you answered my question. So we, regardless if we vote yes or no, we still need to go ahead and prepare the rates for next year.
The
correct?
rates will have to be presented in the August board meeting either way. We just need this piece of information to build the rates.
But anyway, yes or no, it will be some increase, correct?
There will be some increase. We expect an increase of about 15%. That's just the 2 years worth of health insurance inflation we've seen. That is a very low rate for 2 years of health insurance inflation. We've done a really good job of managing costs in this plan, bidding things out. The average health insurance inflation rate just last year was 15% for 1 year. That's the amount that we're looking at over 2 years. Any approval of this medication would be above and beyond that health insurance inflation rate.
Anybody else over here? Yes, we've got two over here, then I will get to you.
David Young, there's, whenever I go to Indiana, Eli Lilly is doubling their capacity. They have another 1 million square foot facility to make these drugs just north of Indianapolis. They are going to be flooding the market with these drugs. They will go down. And the price will go down just because they want to keep that operation going. And if you want to get on the semaglutide or the GLP-1, whatever you want to get on it's a couple $100 a month for the injections. You have to be careful when you take these because there are side effects, and they don't even know what the long-term side effects are. And this is not, it's not like John said, you have to do other things around it. It's a lifestyle change on top of it. So believe me, it works. I mean, I tried it. I had really bad side effects from it. So I'm supporting this to if you're only 10% people are on it, they can afford it. It's not $1,000 a month drug. It's not a $5,000 a month drug. It's a couple $100. They want to go on it, they can go on it. They can pay for it.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Yes.
Thank
Ms.
you, Madam
Stratton.
Chair. One thing I haven't heard discussed, and that is the long-term effects other than the weight loss. And I know somebody said, people who are on this and they look better. It's so much more than looking better. These drugs have been found to affect kidney disease, liver disease, heart disease, and they're finding long-term benefits from this. And also just the benefit of weight loss is a health benefit as well. So I am not hearing enough information, and I apologize because I know the committee has worked very hard and put a lot of time in on this, but I don't have enough information from the medical profession about this. And I will not be supporting this because I don't think, and one other side effect, comment is somebody said we're asking 15% of the, or we're going to benefit only 15%. That's the way insurance works. I mean, we all pay a premium or all be a part of it, whether it's, whether you have this or you have this, you're part of the policy, you are helping each other. That's part of the way insurance works. But I cannot support this. I don't think we have enough information from the medical side about the long-term benefits of this. And if we take the people off of this, I don't think that's a good thing.
Ms. Gums?
Thank you. Mr. Tepe, go ahead.
Go ahead, Ms.
Okay, I just wanted to just summarize this, that Blue Cross Blue Shield, pick insurance company, insert into blank line, running roughshod over local government and telling us what we can and cannot do. because they're making $68 billion a year in profit, just FYI. But they get to tell us what we can and cannot provide to our employees. And that's not true. They frankly don't have the legal authority to tell us that we can offer an injection, but not a pill. So I would challenge that. And I know that because we do have an ability to challenge it through their process, which is challenging, but they make it that way. So if you need an injection and the insurance company denies it, because there's an oral, right? They'll deny the injection. But if your doctor says you have to have that injection, there's an appeal process. All those things happen. But the fact that Blue Cross, our broker, whoever, is telling us that we don't have an option that's legally available to us, I would push back on that. I don't agree with that.
Thank you. Mr. Tepe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tuppy here. Unfortunately, sometimes boards like this have to make hard decisions, and this to me is a financial decision, unfortunately. So it's a $3 million decision when you begin to look at it, and I can tell you if we do not approve this motion, we're not going to have a balanced budget for 2027. This is going to cut into that number by $3 million. And this is going to put us at a limit associated with it. So I want to point out again that if there's a medical reason why you're on this drug, you get the drug under our plan, correct?
No. It is covered for the diabetes drug is covered. One thing to understand is they are different drugs. It's Ozempic and Wegovy, and they're made out of semaglutide, and they are different doses of the same type of medication. If you are diabetic and you're provided Ozempic or you're prescribed Ozempic, you will continue to receive your Ozempic prescription. If you are prescribed Wegovy, you will be denied. That is the difference.
It is just for weight loss is the only.
That I think we need to look at this primarily from a financial viewpoint at this point in time. I think that's what we need to do. So
I would just like to caution the board against trying to do any kind of medical review. That's not our purview. We are looking at this as a purely financial situation. We do not know the long-term medical benefits. We do not know the long-term medical negatives associated with these medications. And I don't think it's a good idea for us to consider long-term benefits or possible side effects because we aren't doctors. This is, for us, it's a financial decision, whether or not we want to continue to pay for the medication. We certainly are not asking people to stop taking it. We are encouraging them to continue taking it at their own expense via the pill form, the more affordable form.
Thank you very much.
So we certainly don't want them to stop if it's what they want to continue.
Should have an expert speak to us because we are not doctors. I don't have the information. I don't have enough information to support or not support this. But to say that we shouldn't have a medical, that does not make sense to me because I am not a doctor. I don't have a family of doctors, but I would like the information so I can make an educated decision for our employees. And I don't think I have that.
All right. And we know that this is an economic decision. That's why it was brought to you. They were charged with, if I can just reframe this. They were charged by a board to ask for reductions in expenditures. That's what they looked at. That's what they achieved with this recommendation. It has nothing to do, yes, it has everything to do with perception of healthcare, but they're asking for your permission, your support to reduce the budget so that our budget can be more effective and balanced. Mr. Leonard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to bring up a couple of points. Mr. Tepe said, if this additional $3 million cost continues, we won't have a balanced budget. And I partially agree with Mr. Tepe on that. We do have about $1.5 million in the budget towards increases in health premium, but not the other $1.5 million. Number one. Number two, I think the discussion's been great, but I am more mixed up now than I was before the discussion. And number three, if we continue allowing this drug to be prescribed. And let's just be conservative and say it's going to cost us an additional $1.5 million. Remember, we just had two of our largest electeds in here stating they don't have enough money. So is it more important to approve this GLP plan or help public safety and judicial with some of their needs? There's a lot of questions that go on here. So I'm really up in the air on how I feel about this, but it's not because from a financial standpoint, it'd be an easy vote for me. But the problem is I've heard so many things today. I don't know if you can really get the pill for $150 a month. I don't even know if the injection is $1,000 an injection. These are things, and would the pill work as effectively as injection? These are all things that I don't have answers to yet. And so I'm really up in the air on it. But I do, from a financial standpoint, I think we do have to look at the fact that if we do continue to offer this coverage, we're going to be taking money away from other departments and electeds in this county that may need it just as badly or more. And if in fact there are only 220 employees that are using it right now, I don't know what that number is or isn't. Do we want to take programs away from the sheriff's department or the state's attorney's department because we can't afford to fund that? So it's a big decision that we have to make. I feel uncomfortable with the fact that we have to make it today.
I think we're all feeling comfortable that has to be made at all.
Can I
Medicare-
add a point of clarification just to answer something that Mr. Leonard spoke to?
If I may, please, if I may
yes.
finish. Medicare has just reduced the cost. It's $50 a month now, anybody who's on Medicare, to Mr. Young's point, if you are on Wegovy. So that's what Medicare, federal government Medicare is providing right now. So it is a fixed standard cost that you would pay in it as a prescription. So putting that out on that table. Yes, please.
I think I hear everyone saying pretty much the same thing, is that we really care about our staff and we want to make sure that they're healthy and they get what they need. And I mean, this is a great service that has been provided to people. It actually may be cheaper for them to self-pay. And we all know in human nature, if we have skin in the game, you have to shell out the dollars and watch yourself shell out the dollars. You're going to be more committed to something than maybe not totally watching it come out of your paycheck. And all the people that are on the medication are going to get the increase in insurance as well. And so when you go on this medication, you stop eating all the food that you were eating. That's the point of it. That's the bare bones of it. And that saves you money. And food is super expensive. And that's going to save you maybe $500 a month. You're going to pay $200 to be on the medication. And then you're not going to get the $50 to $75 increase in insurance. And that's only going to go up. And I feel this will help people be more successful in what we want for them. And that is to be mobile and healthy by self-paying for it and not putting it through the bureaucracy that we're paying other people to manage, but to let them do it themselves. And in the end, they actually may save a few.
Madam Chair, if I can just respond to that. There's a part of that that is true. Much of that is true, but also what this drug does is changes how the body metabolizes things. So it's not just a lifestyle choice. The people who are saying it's a lifestyle change, it is not. That is not the only thing that's needed. This medication works because it changes the metabolism of the body, and without that, you can do all the lifestyle changes you want, and it's not.
All right, we've had, I think, an ample amount of conversation, and I promised Mr. Leonard that we would be done at 1:30 with all of the voting. So trying to be a woman of my word as best as I'm able to, I think we're ready for the vote. Difficult vote. You're voting on whether or not you want to approve Resolution 26-337.
Let me cut.
Okay, all right. I'm going to read the resolution.
Yes, ma'am, no.
Authorizing the Human Resources Department to implement cost reducing changes for Kane County Employee Medical Plan. Okay.
No.
Yes mean,
No.
yes means that you approve the
You got that, yeah.
cut of Ozempic, Wegovy weight loss medicine from our plan.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yasmin, no pill.
Okay, I'm not on the drug, so I don't. All right, you ready for the vote? Everybody understand?
Yes.
Yes is cost reduction, no is keep it the same, what we have now.
Okay.
Sabatacola,
Radical, I.
Allen, Arroyo, Bates, Garcia,
Upstate.
Oh,
Can I?
and we will call you back.
Gripe,
Gripe, yes.
Gums,
No.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Doobie,
To be present.
Leonard, Lewis,
Louis, yes.
Linder, Molina,
Molina, no.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Strathman,
No.
Surges,
Surges, yes.
Tepe,
Tepe, yes.
David Young,
Yes.
Kim Young,
Kim Young, no.
Garcia,
Garcia, yes.
Yes, correct. 10-8 passes.
Okay, so the motion does pass. So thank you for that. All right, that concludes unfinished business. No, I'm sorry, right now we're into committee, new and unfinished business. I'm sorry, the agenda, formal agenda has been gone through. Take a breath. Now we're on new and unfinished business. So Mr. Gripe, you have a comment?
Yeah, the only, and I appreciate the discussion. I'm glad we had this, but as being on human services, I think we can all help our employees understand more about this. There's a lot of issues we don't know. So I'll take that back to the committee and see what we can do to help Jamie.
Okay, very good. Mr. Young?
Under new business, I'd like to have a discussion about the flock cameras, surveillance, and what's going on with the sheriff's office. I got an email today, or yesterday and today, going back and forth with someone who actually really I disagreed with them on the SAVE Act, ironically, but she's still emailing me about this flock camera. And flock cameras are it's a brand name of a camera, but the intentionality of those cameras is to basically get your license plate. But they say that they're doing much more than that. They say it's surveillance. I mean, that's the quote unquote conspiracy theory, but there's a lot of misinformation, I think, going on about what these flock cameras are doing and not doing. And I'd like to know how the county is handling that, because it seems to be becoming a bigger issue. You see all these social media posts of people cutting these things down, so I'd like to somehow get that on the agenda so we could talk about what is happening here in Kane County.
Ms. Molina, duly noted.
Yeah, thank you, David. Yeah, I've been hearing a lot about it too, the same way. I know the sheriff's office does employ the use of flock cameras for the license plate readers. I'd be happy to put this on the agenda for August or September. I'll talk about it with the sheriff's office, see what would be better for them.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
I just want to mirror that I've also heard a lot, but I feel like I'm in the twilight zone a little bit coming from law enforcement. Law enforcement generally supports these things, but now they don't. So it's weird. It's really weird. It's literally flip-flopped in my brain. Anyways, I have talked to the undersheriff about this after I had those concerns. So I know they're looking at it, but there's a lot of data to gather. So if we can give her. What kind? That's what they do, yeah, without a warrant. So whatever, David Young. But I would just, if we could get a little bit of a heads up to them, because I know there is a lot of data being gathered. I got it. because it's very complicated and
Yes, we do have them, and municipalities have them as well. Yeah, they really are well around. Okay, so enough with that. Is there anybody else respectfully? Yes.
I reached out to Mr. Shepro this morning, see how he's doing. He's currently at Marion Joy. If you want to visit, give him a call because he has a lot of therapy. That's why he was sent. And they may find out tomorrow when he's going to be released.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that update. Oh, Mr. Sturgis, there you are. Baby's been born?
No, we got nothing yet. So they just put in a dinner order with us. Anyhow, thank you for asking. Could you update me or us, please, on the Ethics Commission and where we left that discussion? And then in terms of Mr. Linder, if you're still in the room, I'm hoping that you might chair Human Services tomorrow for me.
Tomorrow, yes, but not, I don't want to chair Thursday. Are you gonna be back for Thursday?
Yeah, I'll be back for Thursday's meeting, yes.
All right.
Okay, all right. So that's been taken care of. We have put out the call per your request to have everybody have background checks done. We have a committee of 5. There are 2 that have not yet done their background check. I'm going to give them this week. Next week, I will call them to see if this is something that they want to do. They may not want to do it, whatever reasons there, they may not be able to do it. I'll find out next week. It's just as a professional courtesy. So I've given them ample time to do it. So.
And one other item in terms of the if you were to say a 1 to 5 scale, 1 is starting, 5 is completion, how are we coming on the Kane project? Just started it, nearing completion, or smack in the middle?
I believe that all of the interviews were completed, and there is an update that can occur. Jamie has talked to me about that. I did not think it was scheduled today, but she would like to talk and go through the next step. I don't know if she's contacting Ms. Molina about it or not.
Yeah, Cliff, I believe the consultant has gathered all the data that they felt they needed to gather, and they're putting together a report with recommendations. So we should have something for the board probably to present in August, if not September.
And if we need to have a special meeting to discuss that, we certainly will.
Dynamite. Thank you so much. And Gummy, I love you too.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Tepe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to do a brief shout out based upon the tremendous effort that was put in by KDOT and the Office of Emergency Management in not only working together, but in handling the issue we have in this county. Thanks.
Forgot one thing. If I can just give an update of that, the road that was taken down around the Sugar Grove area because of the rainstorm, it's approximately $50,000 to repair that road. The rest of it is incidentals and tree removal and whatnot, but 50,000.
Just for shout outs, thank you for the reminder. I don't have the details, but I think we found somebody who was injured that had been missing in one of our forest preserves, and that's amazing. So, yeah, but help like at the hospital, but there was a lot of effort put into that and everybody who was involved. Good job.
Very good. All right, now I think those are the updates. Any committee updates? Speaking for everybody? No committee updates? Okay. May I have
Also make a motion to adjourn.
Roth, second. All in favor? Okay, everybody have a great time. And the movie, would anybody like to stay to see the video? I